Chapter 1971. At this moment, when human will was completely released, be it the goo immortals of both sides, they seem to be able to hear the discussions of countless people. You must grow up safely and healthily, my children. It is truly a good thing that lovers can be together. May the world be peaceful for generations to come. I would rather be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. Kill all these lawless bandits and villains. The righteous path will definitely win. I believe that even though justice and fairness may come late, they will never be absent. You must win, Celestial Court. I cannot do anything. I can only pray for you like this. The morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals rose, but soon confusion appeared on their faces. Their enemies were also strengthened, and it seemed like the three regions' goo immortals received a greater boost than them. Kill these hypocritical righteous path people. Destroy the Celestial Court. It is high and mighty, who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited. Even though I admire the spirit of the Celestial Court, I will never be able to reach it. I am a Central Continent goo immortal. I admit my selfishness. I am only an ordinary goo cultivator. But Central Continent's resources are all taken by the Celestial Court. They are all occupied by the 10 great ancient sects. They are all plundered by the Celestial Court. Join the Celestial Court? That is too difficult. They even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I bear to do that? Destroy the Celestial Court. The more damage we cause to the Celestial Court, the less pressure we will have on the other 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. The Heavenly Court has been the number 1 force of the human race for far too long. If it is overthrown, it will be very interesting. Both sides fought again. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were shocked to find that the other party's heroes among people was indeed stronger than theirs. Why was that? Heroes among people was clearly our Celestial Court's method. Why did heroes among people help the enemy more? The Celestial Court's goo immortals were uncertain. They were gradually suppressed. Wu Yong once again led the crowd. He was the first to charge out of clear jade, dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building, valiantly charging at the very front. At this moment, he fully displayed the martial style of the southern border's Wu clan. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The will to destroy Fate Goo had always been so intense and turbulent. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Du-Xiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he was grieving, he also discovered that there was a hint of relief and joy in the depths of his heart. Am I being unfilial? Wu Yong questioned himself and gradually understood his true feelings. It's not like that. I was full of filial piety and respect for my mother. However, she was truly too powerful. In her shadow, I could only choose to submit and cower. Only when she's gone will I have the space to relax. Back to the present. Wu Yong's fighting spirit was as strong as steel. His gaze was ice cold, and he revealed the fervor in his heart. So destroy Fate Goo. I will mourn you like how I mourn my mother. Only when you are gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to pursue my ambitions and aspirations. On the other side, Calamity Luck, Alter Suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Sai Chuan had never felt so powerful. Hot blood surged in his chest. You still don't understand. Qin Ding Ling, you are Lord Giant Sun's lover in vain. Fate is fixed. Luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why did he create Luck Path? In a way, this is the hope of all living beings in this world. When all lives were predetermined and all encounters were predetermined, then what was the point of living? What is the difference between this and a puppet or a walking corpse? This isn't just a guess, but something Sir Giant Sun personally told me, and I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I will still fight to the death. I am an old man who is willing to fight for this will. Immortal killer move, Grand Rumble. Shun Songsheng actually took the initiative to attack Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge controlled Destiny Song. Under Shun Songsheng's frenzied attacks, he retreated continuously. His main goal was to stabilize his side. Shun Songsheng screamed, "Feng Jioge, we are both sound path Gu immortals. Even if we can't see it, can't we hear it? Listen, this is the voice of most people in the world. They do not want to be restrained. They want freedom, no matter how impractical this freedom is. Sometimes it is like the daydream of a lunatic or a fool. I will speak the truth." Shin Songsheng said this as he shed tears of emotion. "I have never felt this before. It is like there are billions of people standing around me. They are cheering for me and encouraging me. Maybe this is how the celestial court's Gu immortals feel when they fight for humanity. I was right to come to this battlefield. Bam, 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 bam. Close combat, punches landed on flesh. Fang Yuan and Duke Long attacked fiercely. After a while of deadlock, Duke Long started to fall into a disadvantage. Even though Duke Long gritted his teeth and wanted to resist, it was to no avail. At this moment, he started to feel what it meant to be powerless. Among everyone present, Fang Yuan's heroes, among people killer move, had the highest power. Why? Why? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world and commits all sorts of evil deeds. Why are you receiving the most human wills? Help." Duke Long shouted in anger. "You still not understand? Duke Long, this era is different. People's hearts have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humans sought survival. Thus, when the three demon venerables invaded the celestial court, they held back. And now, more than 1,000,000 years have passed since the olden antiquity era. Your celestial court can no longer represent the will of the billions of people." Fang Yuan's words were sharp. They were like blades sharper than dragon fangs, directly piercing through Duke Long's heart. Fang Yuan did not only use his fists. Every joint on his body was turned into a weapon as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed. Spiraling dragon fangs were scattered. Duke Long's dragon claw strike and chaotic dragon fist were suppressed by Fang Yuan step by step. Boom, 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 boom. Every time he attacked, Fang Yuan's fists would create sonic booms. The blood battle cloak released a bright red halo that enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body, giving him a terrifying boost in all aspects. Duke Long's fingers were broken by Fang Yuan. His fists collided with Fang Yuan's fists, revealing the bones in his hands. The 9 dragon patterns on his body were howling in pain. Most of them had already been scattered by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago, there was a pair of lovers. The man was called 2G. The woman was called Ruo Li. 2G was a rockman, while Ruo Li was a human female immortal. I cultivate rule path. Of course, I believe in the rules of this world. Everything in the world has its own path. That is fate. I have always been following my fate. I believe that I could meet you and fall in love with you because of fate's kindness towards me." 2G said. Ruo Li said, "Then what if I tell you that I am fated to be killed by reckless, savage demon venerable?" "What?" 2G was shocked. "Ruo Li, how many times have you predicted this prophecy?" "Actually, just once is enough, but I have indeed predicted it many times. And the result is the same every time. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying at reckless savage's hands is my fate." 2G was silent for a while before saying in a resolute tone, "Then I don't believe in fate. Why must I die at reckless, savage demon venerable's hands? Why can't my lover live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement, then I will not accept it." Duke Long was forced to retreat continuously by Fang Yuan. First, blood seeped out of his mouth. Then his 7 orifices started to bleed. This was caused by Fang Yuan's fists hitting his body, causing his organs to bleed. Awesome! Truly awesome! Reckless savages will shout it from within the cloak, waving his hands and legs excitedly. Kid, although you are ugly, your style is like me. I have to say, my impression of you has changed somewhat. But for some reason, I feel like something is missing. Reckless savages will thought for a while before suddenly clapping. I got it. Kid, you should roar in excitement, shout in joy. That is the heroic fighting spirit of a man. However, Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice. His eyes were pitch black like a deep abyss. There was not a trace of expression on his face. For him, the reason why he used this method was because he was making use of the strength of incomplete freedom transformation. With the three monsters' strength, Duke Long was already at a disadvantage fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan had the attitude of attacking heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long had no choice but to tangle with Fang Yuan. Duke Long's situation was getting worse. He was clearly defending more and attacking less. He roared and roared, but he was still forced back by Fang Yuan's attacks. In southern border, there was a Gu immortal called Tao Zhu. He is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research some secret of the 5 regions, he actually gave up on such a marriage. He is a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional walls, causing his head to bleed. He was in a pathetic state. In order to research the 5 regional walls, he sacrificed almost everything. He put his heart and soul into it. He endured the ridicule of countless people. He resisted the secret suppression of many people. The most fatal thing was that fate played a huge joke on him. In the near future, the 5 regional walls would vanish completely. Even if Tao Zhu's research produced results, it seemed to have lost its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, I, Tao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it. So what? I will continue to research it. Even if I fail in the end, if I cannot research it, my entire life will be a failure. I will not accept my fate. Even if I understand that there is a world wall called fate in front of me, I will still charge straight through it. Even if I crash into the wall and die, I will die with my head held high. Why should I accept my fate? Damn it, I want to do this. Chapter 1972. Quickly reinforced Duke Long. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals quickly moved. They did not dare to watch this anymore. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were the 2 pillars of the Celestial Court. If Duke Long was defeated by Fang Yuan and fell, the entire battle situation would become unpredictable again. Boom! Fang Yuan kicked, kicking Duke Long's arm to the side. Duke Long's back was wide open. Fang Yuan used this chance to get close, grabbing Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Next, he raised his right fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, punching at Duke Long's face and chest like cannonballs. In a moment of desperation, Duke Long could not escape. He could only shout, "Triple Qi retraction!" Qi currents surged again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's condition tripled again. Bam, bam, bam. Fang Yuan beat Duke Long violently. He continued the beating. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus became a venerable. He disguised as a mortal and traveled the world. One day, he came to a poor and dilapidated village in Western Desert. Here, because of his identity as a Gu master, he helped the villagers settle some small matters. He was warmly welcomed by the villagers. A child was the most excited. He admired Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, so much that he almost prostrated himself before him, because he saw a new hope in life. Lord Gu Master, I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground, grabbing Genesis Lotus's clothes. He looked up at Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable. His innocent eyes were filled with tears and pleading. Speak, child. Don't kneel. I will definitely help you if I can. Genesis Lotus helped the child up gently. The child showed a joyful expression. "It is great that you can help. Please revive my mother. She is the person I love the most. She is also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned me, and my mother a long time ago. I was able to grow up because of my mother's hard work and painstaking efforts. But my mother died a few days ago. She died of exhaustion and illness. Before she died, she even stuffed the remaining half of the cake into my hands with her shivering hands so that I wouldn't have to eat it. I can't lose my mother. I can't live without a mother. I beg you, Lord Goo Master, you were able to dig so deep into the sand and accurately find the water source. It will definitely be able to resurrect my mother." Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, was silent. The child was naive and did not know that resurrecting a dead person was far more difficult than digging a well for water. But Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, was a venerable of the current generation. He could do what others could not. But he could not. He was an immortal sovereign, the immortal sovereign of the celestial court. Thus, Genesis Lotus, immortal venerable, rubbed the child's head as he sighed. "That is not possible. No matter what living beings are, they will live and die. Your mother's death is her final destination. Isn't it also a kind of liberation? You need to be more open-minded, live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like this." "No, I don't want to." The child shook his head furiously. "I want my mother to resurrect." Genesis Lotus shook his head as he sighed again. "I cannot resurrect your mother." "Why? You can clearly do that." The child stared at Genesis Lotus with wide open eyes. Genesis Lotus shook his head again, not saying anything else. The child screamed as he pointed at Genesis Lotus. "I hate you! I hate you! Goo Master! You can clearly help my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold. You are truly cruel. Just because she's not your mother? If she were your mother, would you reject her so coldly?" Genesis Lotus fell into deep thought. He placed himself in the child's shoes and got the result, replying with an extremely serious expression. "Yes, I will do that. I will accept death peacefully, no matter who it is. Because I know this is fate's arrangement. Fuck your fate." The child screamed. "I don't care about your fate. I just need my mother. I want my mother." The child was quickly stopped by the villagers who came over after hearing the commotion. The village chief quickly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his hand, expressing that he was not a hindrance. He looked at the struggling child who was being forcefully helped by the villagers and was suddenly stunned. His entire body and mind shuddered intensely. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Why did he feel a vague sense of unease when he traveled the world? The hearts of humans change. Their desires were hard to satisfy. When humans became the overlords of the world, their desires were no longer to resist the domination and suppression of variant humans. Instead, it was more of a crazed fantasy. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him in a daze. He suddenly realized, isn't the current human race the child in front of me? He is struggling crazily under the restraints of fate for an unrealistic hope. But is this really an unrealistic hope? Resurrecting a dead person, is it impossible? Genesis Lotus was clear that this could be done. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. But if it was not allowed, would no one do it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt a sense of loss and hesitation, a deep helplessness that seeped into his bones. Even if he was a rank 9, venerable, the #1 person in the world, he could do all he could to stop the people of the world from doing this. But what about after he died? Even if he did all he could when he was alive, and no one did it, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people of the world from thinking this way? And the most terrifying thing was precisely this kind of thinking. What right did he have to stop people's fantasies? He could not stop the various desires in people's hearts. Duke Long was ruthlessly beaten by Fang Yuan. He retaliated with all his strength at first, but Fang Yuan forcibly withstood Duke Long's counterattack. His expression was as cold as iron. Duke Long was beaten beyond recognition by Fang Yuan. His chest caved in, dragon scales scattered everywhere. His aura plummeted. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again. His aura rose again. His injuries instantly healed. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan was still beating Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his appearance, but he was once again beaten by Fang Yuan. Soon, his bones were fractured everywhere, blood spurting everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat. He defended with all his strength, shouting again, "Triple chi retraction!" His condition recovered again. Reckless savages will cheered from within the cloak. Continue beating him. Continue beating him. Beat him to death. Beat him until he explodes. I want to see how much foundation the Celestial Court has to be able to exhaust him like this. Ha ha ha. But Fang Yuan was calmly calculating the remaining strength of the three monsters after they fused. Their strength was constantly weakening. Back then, when the three monsters had just appeared, Green Fish could smash Duke Long's entire body with a single headbutt. But after so many battles and the baptism of fate defeat, the three monsters did not have much strength left. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation. Even though the three monsters combined their strength, their defense, movement, healing, and other aspects were greatly consumed. In terms of foundation, they could not compare to the Celestial Court. The sky full of fist shadows suddenly condensed. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched with all his strength. Boom! With an explosive sound, Fang Yuan's right fist sank into Duke Long's face. Next, a terrifying power erupted. Duke Long lost consciousness. He flew across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily on the ground. Then, he continued to sink, using his tough body to smash against the thick ground of the Celestial Court, creating an unprecedented crater. For a moment, Duke Long lay at the bottom of the crater, unable to move. But triple chi retraction was activated again. Another round of chi gathered towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He loosened his hand. A large amount of long purple hair scattered in the wind. It was torn when he beat up Duke Long earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. Triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long. It was a method left behind by primordial origin immortal Venerable. Even though Duke Long lost consciousness, triple chi retraction was still supporting Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength left. Once this killer move stopped midway, it could no longer use reckless savage demon Venerable's strength. If he wanted to use it next time, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long paused for the moment. Fang Yuan immediately turned around, using every second to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been moving, but because of the three regions' Gu Immortals, it did not get too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him! Quickly stop him! Stop Fang Yuan! We must stop him at all costs. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were like moths flying into a flame, charging towards Fang Yuan. Yi Xiaozi blocked the way. Fang Yuan's punch pierced the wooden armor, directly shattering it. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's leg flew up and directly stomped his body until it exploded. Whirling Boy screamed, suddenly appearing behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed his tiny head, and with a loud sound, Fang Yuan clenched his fingers into a fist, forcefully crushing Whirling Boy's head into pieces. Ha ha ha, just like that. Kill them, destroy them. Then charge forward. Within the blood cape, reckless savages will laughed loudly, waving his hands and cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew up again, attempting to block Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Dragon Palace. The former Dragon Palace Lord, Wu Shuai, his life seemed to be filled with tragedy. The secret of Dragon Man extermination was like a guillotine hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's heads. The dream realm enlightened him again. To solve the problem of Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace and also conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do this, Wu Shuai alone could not do it. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu immortals were here. To do experiments, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, their lives will be worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, I object. Someone immediately jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's seventh brother in terms of bloodline, the seventh young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The seventh young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, Eighth brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? You think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee. No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and pathetic. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but what happened in the end? She was sacrificed to refine a Gu. Hee. You wanted to be your father's pride, but what happened in the end? You killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause. You gave him hope. But you killed him because of it. And now, what happened to the cause? Ha. The seventh young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried all ways to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but what happened in the end? The Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your people to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our Dragon Man race. But what you brought to our Dragon Man race was not glory or hope. It was not equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his throne with an expressionless face. At this time, a Dragon Man Gu immortal slowly walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai before turning around to face everyone. This Dragon Man Gu immortal said solemnly, I support Lord Wu Shuai. The seventh young master was shocked. Third uncle, you? The second Dragon Man Gu immortal walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai as he turned around to face the Dragon Man immortals. This Dragon Man Gu immortal shouted loudly, I agree with Lord Wu Shuai's plan. The seventh young master was shocked. Fifth uncle? Next, the third, fourth, fifth, all the Dragon Man Gu immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, the seventh young master was the only one left. He shouted in disbelief, Are you all insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. I am willing to become a lunatic, like Rinzu. Oh, Shao Qi, do you still not understand? If we are not free to live or die, if we are controlled by someone, how tragic would that be? Even if that person is our ancestor, we cannot do that. Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his throne. His face was already covered in tears. Everyone, Wu Shuai, swear here. Wu Shuai's voice was very hoarse. I will live and die with the Dragon Man race. I will dedicate my heart, my blood, my spirit, and my battle intent for the liberation of the Dragon Man race. Even if I fail in the end, I will fight until the very last moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and will be passed down. Even if my spirit and will no longer exist, even if I only have a title left, I will continue to fight. I will fight relentlessly. Chapter 1973. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace blocked Duke Long with difficulty. Scram. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with a dragon claw attack. Duke Long's vision cleared up again, but he did not feel any joy because Fang Yuan was already close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not just him, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Xin Shang, and the rest also attacked fiercely. This wave of attacks was extremely terrifying. Duke Long could not stop them in time. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be furious. At this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid the danger. Because Fang Yuan had dream path methods to begin with. Even though Feng Kim Hong could restrain it, she was only a mortal Gu master after all. To resist Fang Yuan in his current state, there was no way he could do so. Quickly use Fate Vanquish. Duke Long shouted. The Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered, not caring about friend or foe. They activated their killer moves with all their might. The sky turned white. There was light everywhere. White light. It filled the world in all directions, in the universe, in all directions. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, a supreme killer move that used the complete rank 9 Fate Gu as the core. Be it Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu Immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the entire battlefield, mercilessly covering both friend and foe. In an instant, no matter who it was, no matter which immortal Gu house it was, they were all heavily injured and forced to retreat. Damn it, damn it! Wu Yong gritted his teeth. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He felt his ambition dissipating like snow in the white light. This again, this again. Every time there is a breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will be used to save Celestial Court's situation. Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused, and then he revealed a wisp of a complicated expression. On the empty battlefield, there was still a trace of blood red. What was that? It was a cloak, fluttering like a battle flag. Oh. Within the cloak, reckless savages will clenched his fists tightly and continuously pounded his chest like a gorilla in heat. He was extremely excited and shouted, "That's it! That was it! Between heaven and earth, who else but me can do it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me. Handsome, so fucking handsome." If it was just the 3 monsters, they would not be able to withstand the might of Fate Vanquish. However, when they combined into one move with Fang Yuan as the main, with Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer a hindrance. Amidst the endless white light, Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair and blood-colored cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. He was charging. He advanced, without the slightest pause. We still have hope. Calamity Luck Altar was retreating, but Bing Sai Chuan's eyes were wide open as he stared at that red figure in the white flames. Shen Songshen vomited blood and fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan with all his might. He shouted in his mind, "Fang Yuan, you damn demon! Now it's up to you." Fang Yuan was like an arrow shooting into the sky. He was also like a star of calamity that rose from the ground to defy heaven and create chaos in the world. Charge, charge! A man's pride, is on the way to charge. Oh, yeah, reckless savages will shout it in Feng Yuan's ears. Be it Duke Long, Feng Zhouge, the immortals of the Celestial Court, or the people of the Three Regions, as long as they could barely keep their eyes open, their gazes were focused on Feng Yuan. The world was pale white, and in this pale white, the path of charging seemed especially long. It seemed to run through the river of history, from ancient times to now. 3 million years ago, when variant humans were at their peak, there was an inconspicuous human slave. His name was Wei Yushu. He inquired about the location of the Celestial Court. He was no longer willing to be a slave. He escaped and was captured. His master asked sternly, "Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster. You did not even know what cultivation was. I was the one who nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence, and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yitong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury. You only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you." Wei Yushu smiled bitterly. "However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave." The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. "What's so bad about being my slave? There are many Inkmen who want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity." Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, "I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, I finally understood why I was depressed all day. Because I'm lacking something. I had clearly read the legends of Renzu. I was really too stupid. I was even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts, and gill-less fish. At least they knew they had lost their freedom. They desperately ran around, trying to find freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I had lost my freedom. So you wanted to escape to the Celestial Court." The female Inkman immortal sneered. "You are too naive. You can even believe the bewitching words of such a demonic and heretical path." Wei Yushu closed his eyes, speaking in a hoarse voice. "It is not that I believe it, but I am willing to believe it. The Celestial Court has never been the main point. Even without the Celestial Court, there will still be an Earth Court. There will also be a human court. There will always be a place, a group of people who are pursuing freedom." 1 million years ago, Duke Long snorted coldly. "Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable, you think leading the righteous path means that there are no sacrifices. Is there anything in this world that you do not need to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Protecting the righteous path of the Celestial Court requires the most effort, requires the most sacrifice. If you do not even have this bit of sacrifice, then let me tell you, you do not even have the qualifications to join the Celestial Court." Duke Long's eyebrows rose. His expression was cold as ice. "Who do you want to revive?" "Everyone who sacrificed themselves for my position as an immortal venerable. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Even if it is a terrible tragedy, I will choose to endure it." "Master," disciple has always had a question. Why? Why do we have to accept fate's arrangements? If there is no fate, will this world really become chaotic? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. "In the present era, Huang Er, do you believe in fate?" Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, "Huang Er, you need to understand, you will be the future great, dream, immortal venerable, surpassing all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path and roam the world unhindered, invincible. You will definitely shine for eternity. You will become an immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. You will succeed time and time again. You will advance courageously until you reach the peak of this world. As Feng Kim Hong listened, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. When she smiled, it was a beautiful sight. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, "If all of this is predetermined by fate, then I don't believe in fate." Boom! Feng Yuan directly broke through the roof of Heaven Overseeing Tower, charging in. The celestial court Gu immortal inside tried to stop him. Feng Yuan's hands pierced into his chest and tore. The celestial court Gu immortal was torn into two. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's face. His skin was as white as snow and as cold as ice. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's black hair. It was as black as the night, emitting a deep, eerie light. Blood rained down on Feng Yuan's bloody cloak. The cloak fell to the ground. It was like an ambitious and ruthless overlord had walked on a bloody path to conquer the world. Feng Yuan walked in with large strides, arriving at the center of the roof. Fate Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it was being worshipped for millions of years. Feng Yuan grabbed Fate Gu. At this moment, reckless savages who was inside the cloak was stunned. He shut his mouth and looked at Feng Yuan blankly, because he realized this was a crucial moment for the whole of humanity, no, the whole world. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand, his gaze revealing a complex emotion. He had finally caught Fate Gu. This was a situation he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself. He thought of the legends of Renzu. Renzu said he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to go wherever he wanted, to be with whoever he wanted, never to be separated. The birds rebuked him. "You humans are destined to be lonely in life. All joyful gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh, human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild." Renzu said again. He wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, as well as all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The beast sneered at him. "You humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Oh, human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild." Renzu said again. He wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to breathe freely, to exist forever. He wants eternal life. The fish group rejected him. "You humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life. You will grow old and die. Oh, human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty. Don't let your imagination run wild." Renzu was confused. Renzu was unhappy. Renzu was fed up. Renzu went crazy. "How can you think like this? Why can't I think like this? Why can't a person be separated from his lover forever? Why can't a person live without worries, be rich and powerful? Why couldn't a person live forever and never grow old? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? I can't do it. Can I think like this? Why? Why the fuck? Why can't I think like this? Why can't eternal life work? All right, if I think like this, I'll go crazy. Then let me become a madman. If I pursue like this, I'll become a demon. Then let me become a demon." Feng Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand and sneered. He exerted some force in his hand. Crack! A soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Chapter 1974. Fate Gu was destroyed by Feng Yuan. The entire battlefield returned to its original state. The white light formed by Fate vanished into thin air. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread on Heaven Overseeing Tower. But at the next moment, with a loud sound, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower shattered. The huge celestial court fell into deathly silence. There was no wind on the battlefield, but the immortals felt like a hurricane was howling in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments of various sizes, along with the corpses of the goo immortals, helplessly falling to the ground. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's hidden painting path method turned into a ray of light and tore through the sky, flying far away. Feng Yuan ignored it, quietly hovering in the air as he turned around to look at Duke Long, Feng Zhoge, and the rest. He was expressionless and did not say a word. He only slowly opened his palm, letting the immortals and the killer move everybody's vision to see Fate Goo's completely destroyed fragments. Fate Goo is destroyed. We won. The three regions' goo immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock and bewilderment on each other's faces. Unbelievable. We really did it. This battle will definitely be engraved in the minds of future generations. After reacting, the three regions' goo immortals shouted and cheered in joy. In contrast, the remaining goo immortals on the celestial court side had ashen expressions. They were like wooden puppets. Fate Goo was the banner of the celestial court. It was their spiritual pillar. Its use was not just a rank 9 goo worm. Since primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, he had relied on this goo to show the status of humanity, giving humanity hope of freedom and the courage to resist. After 3 million years of inheritance and development, Fate Goo had become even more significant to the Celestial Court. It was the foundation of the Celestial Court. It was a symbol, and it was a banner that would fly forever. But now this banner was forcefully destroyed and torn apart by Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court's immortals saw this and felt like the pillar in their hearts had been taken away. The sky was collapsing. When the three regions' goo immortals did not attack, they did not have any external stimuli. They were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Even Feng Zhoge was silent. The song of destiny that had been resounding throughout the battlefield also stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Kimhong was hiding in a secret underground immortal goo house. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Fate Goo has been destroyed. Why was this happening? Everyone is obviously working so hard and sacrificing themselves. Qin Dingling's eyes were lifeless, and she was also in a daze. She was like a lifeless stone statue. The tattered demon judgment board rose into the sky. Feng Zheng looked at Feng Yuan with a complex expression. Feng Yuan, you actually did it. In the Celestial Court, under the pursuit of venerable methods, Fate Goo was destroyed. So the gap between us is still so huge. This gap made Feng Zheng feel despair. But the subtle thing was that Feng Zheng didn't feel any pain at this moment. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Feng Yuan should have been different from the start. Wanting to be on par with him had always been an extravagant hope, a delusion from the very beginning. Damn it, we failed. Fate Goo was destroyed. Many of the Celestial Court's goo immortals were crying. They gave their all. They put in all their effort. Some crawled out of their graves to fight again. Some persevered to the end, but they still failed in the end. We are truly ashamed of our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I have no face to face the seniors of my sect. Shame appeared on the faces of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Many of them even had the urge to commit suicide on the spot. Don't panic. Right at this time, Duke Long suddenly spoke. His voice resounded over 1,000 li, causing all the goo immortals' hearts to shake. Duke Long flew to the highest altitude. His expression was solemn. He knew this was a crucial moment. Fate Goo was destroyed. Duke Long could not be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of the Celestial Court. He needed to do his best to resolve this problem. What made him anxious was even the experienced Celestial Court's goo immortals were so shaken. Then what would the people in the world think of this? If Feng Yuan's repeated attempts to harm the Celestial Court was like a ruthless slap to the Celestial Court's face. But now, Feng Yuan destroyed Fate Goo. This was simply shaking the foundation of the Celestial Court, destroying the status and reputation that the Celestial Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to rally the morale of the troops and raise their morale. Fan Yuan, do you really think you destroyed Fake Gu? Duke Long suddenly laughed heartily. He did not seem to be shaken or dejected at all. Fan Yuan did not reply. He only looked at him quietly and slightly raised his palm. Immediately, the three regions' Gu immortals mocked. Duke Long, are you blind? Don't you see the remains of Fake Gu? The eyes of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals flickered with hope. Is the Fake Gu that Fan Yuan destroyed fake? But Duke Long shook his head, still smiling. He. The destroyed Fake Gu is of course real. But Fan Yuan, even if Fake Gu is destroyed, is it destroyed forever and can't be refined by us again? The immortals were dazed. Immortal Gu were unique. It was an irrefutable truth of heaven and earth. If I have an immortal Gu, it is impossible for others to have the same immortal Gu. But when this immortal Gu is destroyed, everyone in the world will have a chance to possess it. Fake Gu was destroyed by Fan Yuan. This was an irrefutable fact. But this was not the true end, because Celestial Court could refine it again. Does Celestial Court already have Fake Gu's recipe? Songsheng asked with a gloomy expression. Fake Gu has been controlled by my Celestial Court for over 3 million years. During this period, there have been countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables. Take a guess. Does our Celestial Court have Fake Gu's recipe? Duke Long smiled, his whole body emitting confidence and calmness. Damn it! The 3 regions' Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated. Duke Long smiled again. However, even if Celestial Court does not have Fake Gu's immortal Gu recipe, so what? Everyone, I might as well ask you, was the immemorial antiquity era's fate Gu refined by Rinzhu? Of course not. Qin Dingling answered. She understood Duke Long's meaning. Anger appeared in her eyes again. Fate Gu was born from heaven and earth. Duke Long nodded. That's right. Immortal Gu are born naturally. That is why there are so many wild immortal Gu. Even if we do not refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate Gu. The newly born Fate Gu might be rank 6, or it might even be rank 9. Who can say for sure? This time, it was the 3 regions' Gu immortals' turn to look at each other. After being enlightened by Duke Long, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate Gu was not a big deal. So be it if Fate Gu was destroyed, it could be refined again in the future. Even if we refine it, we can destroy it again. A Gu immortal shouted indignantly, but he himself did not have much confidence. How much effort was expended to destroy Fate Gu this time? Could such a success really be replicated again? Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that only otherworldly demons could destroy Fate Gu, who knew how many heroes and ambitious people had died. Didn't they see that even the 3 demon venerables did not succeed? Damn it, why didn't I think of this? A Gu immortal was extremely vexed, but thinking about it, he could not blame himself for not thinking it through. After all, attacking the Celestial Court and destroying Fate Gu, this goal itself was as lofty as the sky. Gu immortals needed to raise their necks and hope for it. To achieve this goal, Gu immortals had already exhausted all their efforts. It was like mortals trying to ascend to heaven. This was a completely impossible goal. Even if they used all their strength and willpower, it would be difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could think of what would happen after ascending to heaven? In fact, Central Continent was holding the Refinement Path Convention. Gu immortals of the 4 regions would attack together, but who could be sure that they could destroy Fate Gu? No one. Even Fan Yuan, even the past venerables did not have this confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After succeeding, the Gu immortals were wild with joy. But what about after achieving this goal? Duke Long's words were also true. The three regions goo immortals suddenly realized that all their efforts were all for naught. They were all for naught. The three regions goo immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong acutely sensed the change in people's hearts. Their morale was low. He immediately retorted coldly, "Lord Duke Long has a good tongue. However, the Celestial Court's failure is still a failure. You put in so much effort and made so many defenses. Even if fake goo is hidden in the Celestial Court, we can destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain fake goo again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Don't wait until heaven and earth naturally produce fake goo. You won't be able to refine it. At that time, fake goo will become a wild immortal goo. Everyone will be able to obtain it. It might not necessarily belong to your celestial court." The three regions goo immortals heard this, and their eyes shone, their morale rose. Duke Long was still smiling calmly. "Wu Yong, you are right. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if fake goo becomes a wild immortal goo and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you use it? Can you use it?" Facing this question, even Wu Yong was speechless. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fake goo has never been able to be used by goo immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was in the hands of variant humans. They could not use it. In the last 3 million years, the immortal venerables of my celestial court have never been able to directly use this goo. Countless geniuses thought of Heaven Overseeing Tower. And in the last 3 million years, we have only been able to research a killer move that uses fake goo, that is Fate Vanquish. You know the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct Heaven Overseeing Tower? The three regions goo immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, "Only Providence can use fake goo. Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed against humanity. She did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and fused with Providence, interfering and influencing Providence. Thus, humanity rose up 3 million years ago, and 3 million years later, humanity is still the overlord of heaven and earth, flourishing continuously. And our celestial court established the immortal graveyard to support star constellations' will. The members of the celestial court would try to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to provide endless help to star constellations' will. Thus, we can influence fake goo and influence the situation of the world. Which one of you can do this?" Duke Long looked around. The three regions goo immortals were silent, while the celestial court's goo immortals puffed out their chests. Someone said proudly, "No one. In the entire 5 regions. Only a force like our celestial court can do this." "No, you are wrong, Duke Long." Bing Sai Chuan's rebuttal came from Calamity Luck Altar. "Even if we cannot use fake goo, we can use it as a goo refinement material to refine destiny goo. Fake goo cannot be controlled by humans, but destiny goo can. This is the scheme of our giant sun, Immortal." Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar, smiling in disdain. "Even if you refine destiny goo, will fake goo disappear?" Bing Sai Chuan could not reply. If fake goo was used as a goo material, even if longevity heaven refined destiny goo, fake goo would be destroyed. In the future, a brand new fate goo could still appear. Duke Long sighed. "No matter what you do, fake goo will still exist. Even if it is destroyed now, it will reappear in the future. As long as it reappears, all of your efforts today will have no meaning to you." The three regions goo immortals were silent. "Of course there is a meaning." Duke Long answered his own question with a heavy and hateful expression. "The meaning behind this is to give variant humans a chance to rise up and cause unimaginable damage to our human race. If you cannot use fake goo, when can you refine destiny goo? You don't even have the incomplete goo recipe of destiny goo. And once fake goo reappears, it will fall under the control of Providence. Humanity will decline, variant humans will rise up. And the ones who caused all of this are you." Duke Long scolded, suddenly pointing at Fang Yuan. Especially you. You have committed a heinous crime. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations cannot interfere with providence like before. If humanity perishes in the future, you will be the culprit. The culprit! Fang Yuan. Oh, Fang Yuan. Do you think you have won by destroying fake goo? He. At best, this is just a farce. Our celestial court has always been thinking of humanity. We have protected humanity's benefits. We have bled and sacrificed for humanity. But you people, for your own benefits, destroyed the situation that our celestial court has maintained for millions of years. Our celestial court can refine fake goo in the future. We can refine it in secret. If we don't want to repair fake goo and let the 5 regions know about it, will you even hear of it? Can you stop us in time? Even if you stop us for the 2nd or 3rd time. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that you can stop us from refining goo every time? We are only refining a rank 6 fake goo. It is far easier than repairing a rank 9 goo. And every time we fight for fake goo, humanity will suffer severe losses and expend a huge amount of our foundation. This is a good opportunity for other variant humans to rise up. Duke Long sighed deeply as he said this. Who is this old man? To think that the celestial court has done so many things. They have always been thinking of humanity. Why are they attacking the celestial court? What are these goo immortals who are attacking the celestial court thinking? These people are all demons for their own benefits. They disregard the big picture. They are all scoundrels of thousand kill. The mortals of the 5 regions resonated with him. Most of the mortals knew little about goo immortals. And those goo immortals scattered in the 5 regions heard Duke Long's words and fell into silence. The celestial court was powerful. The celestial court was domineering. The celestial court controlled almost all of Central Continent's cultivation resources. The celestial court had a very long reach. They actively interfered with the major matters of the other 4 regions. But the celestial court's contribution in protecting humanity could not be erased. This was the truth. Oh my, this is a little troublesome. Although destroying fake goo felt really good, I felt a little empty afterwards. This is a little troublesome. Inside the bloody cape, reckless savages held his forehead and mumbled. He, Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, but after crushing fake goo, he spoke for the first time, breaking the silence of the crowd. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, feeling something amiss. Fang Yuan was too calm. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crux of the matter? Duke Long thought from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would have attacked with all his strength just now, not giving him a chance to speak. Once he spoke, the current situation would have been created. Yes, Duke Long's words restored the morale of the celestial court's goo immortals. They suppressed the enemy's morale and raised the reputation of the celestial court. It was absolutely a turning point. Duke Long was worthy of being the number 1 leader of the celestial court. Not only did he have terrifying battle strength, he could even display his leadership talent at the crucial moment, boosting morale and changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. In fact, from his gaze, Duke Long could vaguely sense a trace of anticipation. What was he, Fang Yuan, looking forward to? At the next moment, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Oh, Duke Long, who told you that destroying fake goo would be the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone. Duke Long heard this, and his pupils shrunk. He realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was the phantom image of the river of time. Calamity Luck Altar carried red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, unprecedented killer move. From the start of the battle, the power of this killer move had condensed into this phantom image of the river of time in the air of the celestial court. The Northern Plains goo immortal experts that walked out from this phantom image in history were a huge threat to the celestial court. But as the battle continued, the phantom image of the River of Time gradually became weaker. Fewer and fewer Northern Plains experts were summoned. Towards the end of the battle, this phantom image of the River of Time had almost no movement. Not a single person could be seen. However, after Fang Yuan destroyed fake Gu, this phantom image of the River of Time was like a fierce beast that had escaped its cage. It started to surge violently. Swish, 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 the river water surged, creating huge waves. A confident and calm figure slowly walked out from the huge waves. The immortals in the battlefield heard him sing loudly. Back then, when I was young, flowery horses trampled and wine splashed. Love and hate came with the waves. The summer cicada's song wakes up the night. Red lotuses were planted in the river of time. Beautiful memories returned. Tears dried. At this moment, the vicissitudes of life ascended the dance pavilion. Myriad spirits awaited orders without restraint. He had the appearance of a young man. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He wore a red robe. His face was like jade. His eyes were like stars, and his skin was as white as snow. He walked out of the phantom image of the River of Time, entering the battlefield of the Celestial Court. The entire battlefield was silent as they watched. Looking around, his gaze stopped on Duke Long. Duke Long was shaken. He had a complex expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Chapter 1975. Wow, this person is walking out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? This young man who is walking out is so handsome. I still think that red-cloaked fairy looks good. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, all the mortals in the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed and made a lot of noise. Mortals and Gu masters might not know the severity of this matter, but most Gu immortals knew the mysterious young man's identity. At once, the 5 regions Gu immortals shook intensely. It was as if an apocalyptic hurricane was blowing in their minds. This Gu immortal, don't tell me? Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, the Celestial Court had nurtured him, but it was all for naught. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable. He betrayed the orthodox path and damaged fake Gu. There was even a scandal about the Dragon Man race. Thus, the Celestial Court used information path great experts and extraordinary methods to eliminate the influence of this matter. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had reborn. He changed his style of doing things. He took into consideration the reputation of the Celestial Court and his master. He acted in the dark. Thus, many Gu immortals did not know what Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked like, but they heard the mysterious young Gu immortal called Duke Long Master. He had also come from the River of Time's illusory image. Everyone knew that Duke Long was Red Lotus Master. But how can this be? Isn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable dead? Who knows? He might be Duke Long's new disciple. Most of the Gu immortals scattered in the 5 regions were indecisive, but these people in the battlefield of the Celestial Court were all experts with deep aptitude. They had the support of super forces. They knew a lot of information related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Thus, be it the Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, they looked at the young Gu immortal in a daze. They were like statues. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young Gu immortal's identity. It was the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions Gu immortals were shaken because Red Lotus Demon Venerable was Duke Long's disciple after all. Looking at his expression when he called Duke Long, he clearly cared and respected Duke Long a lot. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not dare to act rashly because Red Lotus Demon Venerable had once invaded the Celestial Court and damaged fake Gu. Afterwards, the Celestial Court worked hard for over 1 million years to repair fake Gu, expending an immeasurable amount of manpower and resources. It had been repaired with great difficulty, but now it was completely destroyed by the successor of the Red Lotus, Feng Yuan. How infuriating! More importantly, the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he showed himself, who here could stop him? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the mountain-sized Di Zongxing, even the bloody cloaked Feng Yuan were not his rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable's match. No one doubted it. The young Red Lotus guessed the immortal's thoughts. He stepped on the air and slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, smiling calmly. "Don't worry, I am already dead. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Call of the Ancients' remnant power is insufficient. I am only a will." Red Lotus will was so condensed and lifelike, like a real person. But if one inspected carefully, they would find that there were many-minute differences between him and a real Gu immortal. The immortals tried their best to identify him, gradually letting out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was indeed a will and not a real person. His reputation was too great. His appearance was too terrifying. People could not help but think of that terrifying aspect. After being informed by Red Lotus, the immortals realized. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart intensified. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, "Red Lotus, even in death, you are not willing to give up on that disgraceful thought of yours. You won after all. Thanks to you, Fate Gu has been destroyed by your chosen pawn." Red Lotus shook his head. "Master, this is not a victory. Precisely because of this, I am here." "What do you want to do?" Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus answered with his actions. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Feng Yuan in the blink of an eye. Feng Yuan looked at Red Lotus, with a calm expression. His gaze was as deep as the night. He had too deep a connection with this venerable in front of him. Spring-autumn cicada, which he had always relied on to turn the tables, was the core time path immortal Gu created by this person. You did well. You should have guessed what I want to do, right? Red Lotus nodded at Feng Yuan with a smile. Feng Yuan said, "I more or less guessed it. Even though fate is destroyed, in fact, to use it as a Gu material to refine destiny Gu, an otherworldly demon like you is needed. Thanks to someone's help, you are now a complete otherworldly demon." Red Lotus said this as he looked far away. That direction was at the edge of the battlefield. It was where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were sweating profusely. Even though this was only Red Lotus will, it was too terrifying. It could see through their concealment. Inside their hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had seen Red Lotus. Deep memories surfaced. Back then, he became a soul path venerable and entered the river of time to explore. Spectral Soul, demon, venerable cultivated soul path. But with his level, he could enter and leave the river of time freely. A mysterious fog appeared. A stone Lotus Island appeared in front of him. He stepped onto the stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus welcomed him with a smile. "I have been waiting for you, Spectral Soul. How about we make a transaction?" Spectral Soul agreed to this transaction. At this point, he learned about Fate Gu. He also knew the truth behind the 3 demon venerables attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, he gave up on the plan to attack the Celestial Court. He went back to create the sovereign immortal Aperture Gu. Red Lotus looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze to tell him it was time to carry out the transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled. He ordered Old Man Zheng Yuan, "Gather all of the human wills and gather them around Feng Yuan." Old Man Zheng Yuan immediately took action. At once, countless wills emerged from the depths of the Celestial Court. These wills were all human wills. They were complex and colorful, filled with filthy desires and beautiful fantasies. They could mesmerize people to death. They were beautiful but also ugly. They made people yearn for them, but also hated them. Red Lotus looked at the surging wills. It was like a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Feng Yuan before flying into the sea of human wills. The human wills engulfed him. Next, flames appeared in the void. Lumps of fire burned like red lotuses, burning the sea of human wills. Duke Long was furious. This was not something that a mere will could do. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked the Celestial Court, you still had a backup plan. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew over, trying to attack the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared. He controlled Dragon Palace to block him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was quickly repelled. How long are you going to stay in a daze? Duke Long shouted at the Celestial Court, Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They attacked Feng Yuan and the human wills in the sky. The three regions Gu Immortals naturally would not sit back and watch. Battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, he is definitely going against the Celestial Court. This is what I need to see. Wu Yang's eyes shined with bright light. He controlled the surrounding wind blades to shoot out. Di Zongsheng roared. He coiled his body and surrounded Feng Yuan and the human wills, using his body to block all kinds of killer moves. He roared in pain, but did not retreat. Bing Sichuan controlled Calamity, Luck Altar, to block Demon Judgment Board. His gaze was a little complex. It seemed that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was also refining Destiny Goo. This was in conflict with Longevity Heaven's plan, but he could not stop it or retreat. He could only fight first. The fire burned the human wills, emitting a thick smell of blood. When Red Lotus merged with the human wills, the endless human wills cooperated with Feng Yuan, moving towards the fire. Lumps of fire spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. If a rank 6 Gu Immortal did not have any protection, they would be instantly melted by the temperature. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him as he stepped into the center of the sea of fire, but did not make a move. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal saw through this and laughed loudly. Feng Yuan cannot make a move. It seems that he does not have Destiny Gu's recipe. Feng Yuan looked at the person who spoke through the sea of fire. He smiled coldly and said with a trace of pity, I do not have it, but there is one person here who does. Who? The Fighting Immortals had this question in their minds. Find him and kill him. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals subconsciously thought this. Find him, protect him. The three regions Gu Immortals also made a decision. Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge also looked at him. Their gazes pierced through the sea of fire. They looked at each other. At this moment, it was as if the sounds of fighting in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. Next, he started to sing. Destiny Song's voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. Feng Zhouge has made a move again. Let's kill Feng Yuan together. Exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Feng Yuan is secondary. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were energized, but at the next moment, they cried out in shock. They did not receive any amplification from Destiny's song. Instead, the three regions Gu Immortals received a huge boost. Feng Zhouge, what are you doing? Duke Long was shocked and furious. He turned around and shouted at Feng Zhouge like an enraged blood dragon. Father! Feng Kim Huang's shocked voice was also transmitted to him. Feng Zhouge, why did you do this? You actually betrayed the Celestial Court. How dare you? How can you? Qin Dingling shouted in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Zhouge, she had given him Crackle Immortal Gu. But Feng Zhouge made such a repayment. Feng Zhouge had a calm expression. He continued to sing. Chapter 1976. Destiny's song engulfed the battlefield, but at this moment, Feng Zhouge attacked Celestial Court, ignoring the shock and confusion of both sides. Feng Zhouge was immersed in his own song. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. The second time he attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land, while Feng Zhouge and Chen Yi were isolated by the formation. Feng Zhouge fought against Feng Yuan alone. My goo worms have mysteriously disappeared. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if this is Feng Yuan's move or the power of this super formation. Feng Zhouge was shocked. Because of Feng Yuan's theft path method, he was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his goo worms were stolen one by one, including several sound path immortal goo. Feng Zhouge's battle strength fell. He had to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Suppress space immortal goo. Feng Yuan used his prepared method, causing Feng Zhouge's wish to retreat to fail. Immortal killer move. Great thief ghost hand. Next, Feng Yuan finally stole fixed immortal travel. Feng Zhouge's heart turned cold. He knew he was in a desperate situation. But at this time, he received Feng Yuan's transmission. "Oh, Feng Zhouge, I will not kill you, nor will I steal fate armor immortal goo. You and I are not on the same path, but you and Celestial Court are not on the same path either. Look at your heart. What do you truly want? Let me ask you again, have you started comprehending Destiny's song?" Feng Zhouge thought this was a trap set up by Feng Yuan to disrupt his determination and battle intent. But soon he was bewildered. Because Feng Yuan had slowed down his attacks, he was no longer forcing him. Feng Zhouge could not help but think, what does Feng Yuan mean? He knows I have fate armor immortal goo? His response to the attack on Langya Blessed Land was so outstanding and well-prepared. Could it be that he used the spring-autumn cicada to reincarnate? If he really was reborn, did something happen in his previous life? From his words, it seems that I will part ways with the Celestial Court. At this moment, Feng Yuan transmitted his voice again. "Feng Zhouge, I know you have doubts. Don't worry, you'll gradually understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chen Yi the illusion that he was the one who broke it. I'm sure he'll see you out. He, until we meet again. Feng Zhouge." "Feng Yuan, explain yourself." Feng Zhouge transmitted his voice to Feng Yuan. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the two halves of the formation space were connected again. Chen Yi saw that Feng Zhouge was in danger. He shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal goo worms." Feng Zhouge hesitated for a moment before giving crucial information to Chen Yi. During the battle, Feng Yuan attacked viciously, heavily injuring Feng Zhouge and activating fate armor immortal goo. In order to save Feng Zhouge, Chen Yi used karma relocation. Feng Zhouge was shocked. Feng Yuan is right. Chen Yi really has a method to send me out. "Feng Zhouge, you escaped this time, but that might not be the case next time." Feng Yuan's expression was normal. In Feng Zhouge's ears, these words were filled with deep meaning. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. After the battle, Feng Zhouge had been thinking about Feng Yuan's words. "He could have killed me, but he did not take my life." Why? Feng Yuan is a demon. He has a ruthless and ruthless nature. He values benefits the most. There is only one reason why he let me go. That is, I will be of great help to him. But I am a member of Central Continent, a substitute of Celestial Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Don't tell me there will be conflict between me and Celestial Court. If Feng Yuan is reborn, could it be that in his previous life I opposed Celestial Court and was his natural ally? Because of these concerns, Feng Zhouge did not tell Fairy Myrtle about the situation. What moved him more was the Song of Destiny proposed by Feng Yuan. Song of Destiny. Feng Zhouge vaguely felt some inspiration, but this inspiration was too ethereal and agile. He could not grasp it at all. But he understood that it would be a direction. He kept exploring, and soon there were many fragmented insights. Finally, one day, when he stopped under the embroidered tower, he saw the embroidered tower and the 3 bloody skins of reckless, savage demon Venerable. His recent comprehension had undergone a sudden qualitative change. Feng Zhouge's soul was deeply touched, and he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Song of Destiny, the Battle of the River of Time. Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge met again. How is the creation of Song of Destiny going? On the surface, they were fighting fiercely, but Feng Yuan was secretly transmitting his voice to Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge, Feng Yuan, what do you know? He. Take a look in the River of Time. You will find that comprehending here will be of great help to you in creating Song of Destiny. But the most helpful thing is the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Zhouge asked. According to my guess, that should be the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for you. It will be of great help to you. Feng Yuan said. Feng Zhouge hesitated for a moment before replying, I won't owe you a favor for nothing. Then let me tell you, in the sky above Embroidered Tower in Celestial Court, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless, savage demon Venerable. Each true inheritance has a primer. They are Attitude Goo, Mutation Goo, and Adaptation Goo. Oh, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He did not feel that Feng Zhouge was lying. The things were inside Celestial Court. There was no need to deceive him. Back then, in order to repay him for saving his life under the winds of assimilation, Feng Zhouge blocked Wu Yong's pursuit for him. Now that he told him the true inheritance, it was something that Feng Zhouge could do with his personality. In this battle, Feng Yuan still went easy on him, while Feng Zhouge survived. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started. Several battlefields were created. Gu Immortals fought intensely. At this crucial moment, Feng Zhouge entered the River of Time. That is really the Stone Lotus Island. Feng Zhouge's body and mind shook. The Stone Lotus Island in the fog appeared in front of him, just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier. He entered the island and saw Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will smiled. You are finally here. Feng Zhouge, this true inheritance of mine is for you. Feng Zhouge frowned. No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head. I have never thought of bribing you. Your choice is up to you. I just feel that this true inheritance should be given to you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Even if you destroy it, I will not resist. Feng Zhouge believed in himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept this true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain part of Red Lotus memories. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to advance to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The power of the tribulation made Feng Zhouge extremely shocked. The tribulation passed, but only half of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who helped Red Lotus survived. What made Red Lotus feel the most pain was Lu Shuxian's death. This was the woman he loved the most. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, tears streaming down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled. It is useless. I was struck by the tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? I am useless. I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, Hong Ting. Only someone with a special constitution, like mine, can withstand such a calamity. Even if you gave up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques, and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the immortal venerable position. Now, I have done it. No, no, Cien Air, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed, helplessly. His face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies. They all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this. You need to live on. Your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court and shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side and accompanying you invincibly in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it anymore. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated. She died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered. His back was arched like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was in unbearable pain. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Regret goo was produced in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change this reality. For this, he did not hesitate to break off relations with Duke Long and the Celestial Court. Going in the opposite direction, Red Lotus used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive over 100 times. The tribulation dissipated. This time, even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Cien Air, you are still alive. You are still alive. This is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Guh. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She took her last breath. Cien Air. Red Lotus was stunned. He looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze, his eyes turning red. I can still do it. I can see hope. As long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely become strong enough to protect Cien Air's life. Red Lotus's gaze was fierce. He muttered like he was possessed. Revive, revive, revive again, and again. Using the advantage of rebirth, he became stronger. He could handle all kinds of matters with ease. He had rich experience. He used every resource to raise his strength to the maximum. However, it was like one cycle after another. He had to face the venerable ascension tribulation every time. The type and power of the calamities and tribulations changed according to Red Lotus. This caused the outcome of the calamities and tribulations to never change. Those damned Gu immortals would all die. Among them was Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try. He was not discouraged. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, calculated, and carefully planned every cultivation resource he had. At the same time, he tried his best to ask for help from the heavenly courts. Cien Air. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian took one last look at him. It's great that you are fine. Saying so, she stopped breathing. Cien Air. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to speak. She mustered all her remaining strength to touch Red Lotus's face, but she did not succeed. Halfway through, her hand fell down powerlessly. Cien Air. Red Lotus shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Shuxian turn into powder in the lightning. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at the poisoned Lu Shuxian. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was blackish purple. Poisonous blood oozed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled bitterly. Hong Ting, don't be sad for me. All of these sacrifices were worth it. You have to become a venerable. You have to lead the celestial court. You have to lead humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stomped his feet. looking at Lu Shuxian's corpse turn into a pool of poisonous water. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working hard. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian shook her head. Her expression was pale. I am going to die. It seems that I cannot accompany you anymore, my true love. Whether you die or not depends on the situation. I will check first. Red Lotus was unresigned. I know my situation. Listen to me at the last moment of my life. I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura was weakening rapidly. Her words were intermittent. Red Lotus ignored her. He focused on checking. The result of the check made him lose all hope of treatment. When he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already stopped breathing. There must be a way I can continue to improve. Red Lotus reminded himself. He tried again and again. He failed again and again. Hong Ting felt like he was trapped in a dead end, no matter what method he used. Even if he did not undergo tribulation, Lu Shuxian could not escape death. Feng Zhouge watched as Red Lotus failed again and again. He tried again and again. An intense feeling of sorrow and sorrow accumulated in his chest. He watched as Red Lotus roared. He watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth in indignation. He watched as Red Lotus left with hatred and rebirth again and again. Every time, Red Lotus would be filled with hope and disappointment. The calamities and tribulations of venerable ascension could not be avoided. They could not be given up. They could not be controlled by others. Lu Shuxian's death was like a wall that could not be crossed. Every time Red Lotus was reborn, he had to accept such a cruel outcome. Every time he tried, he would see his most beloved woman die a horrible death. He was injured time and time again. The pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his body, but Red Lotus would rebirth of his own accord every time. It was like he was holding his heart and slamming it against a sharp blade. Even though Feng Zhouge was filled with sympathy and respect towards Red Lotus, he warned himself not to be overly sympathetic. This might be the method of a venerable. As a spectator, Feng Zhouge maintained his calm. He gradually realized, at the initial stage of rebirth, Red Lotus would curse the heavens at such an outcome. He would wish he was dead. But at the next stage, Red Lotus was indignant. He analyzed calmly with a dark expression. At the final stage, Red Lotus became more and more efficient. Whenever he realized that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would choose to rebirth without hesitation. Finally, there was one time Lu Shuxian fell to the ground. Her entire body was fractured. She was lying in a pool of blood. She was on her last breath. Red Lotus quickly landed on the ground and rushed over. Red Lotus, I'm going, you have to. Lu Shuxian smiled as she watched Red Lotus walk towards her. Red Lotus had a cold expression as he looked at her plainly. There is no saving her. This time, it failed again. But it is fine. I will not give up. I will try again. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left. Lu Shuxian's final call could be heard. Hong Ting, Red Lotus was initially moving quickly, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate call, his footsteps became slower and slower before he stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. In the dead silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to tremble. Chapter 1977. Why? Why did I end up in such a terrifying state? In the past, Hong Ting was filled with grief and regret towards Lu Shuxian's death. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse tightly, kneeling on the ground while crying in his heart. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, facing Lu Shuxian's final wish to spend her final moments with her lover, Red Lotus actually turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian, not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was. Red Lotus was very clear about this. She was still her. She was still that Lu Shuxian, no matter how many times Red Lotus rebirthed. Her decisions and actions would not change. That was to protect her lover. She would rather sacrifice herself, using her life to resist the venerable Ascension tribulation. However, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer Hong Ting. When did it start? When did this change begin? Red Lotus asked herself. This was not a difficult question. He soon found the answer. That was countless rebirths, countless attempts, countless times Lu Shuxian died, countless times he was disappointed in his gains. His heart was injured time and time again, bleeding time and time again, before it could form a scab. Hong Ting would tear it apart. He was injured too many times, he felt pain too many times, he felt regret too many times. Too many times he gradually got used to it. He gradually became numb to it. Thus, he started to scheme. Thus, he started to analyze calmly. He used every resource at hand to strengthen and equip himself as best he could. He tried different methods, finding the most probable and powerful method to protect Lu Shuxian's life during the tribulation. When he started to calm down, when facing Lu Shuxian's death, even if it was just forcing himself to calm down, he had already changed. Then, gradually, step by step, he finally turned into a stranger. This appearance made him realize something. It was horrifying. Then, he was powerless. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Zhuge. Red Lotus stood on the spot. He lowered his head. His young back was bent like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was silent. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silent crying. Behind Red Lotus was the dying Lu Shuxian. She was still calling out to him, hoping that he would turn around so that she could see her lover in the final moments of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. If a person was the person he loved, would he coldly turn around and leave when his lover was dying? Of course not. Even if his goal was to rebirth and try to save Lu Shuxian, that was just an intense habit. His starting point was no longer love. It was truly laughable. She clearly wanted to save him out of love, but as she walked, Red Lotus lost her love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him. She chose to sacrifice herself for him. But Red Lotus himself betrayed Lu Shuxian as he wanted to be reborn to change the reality, but he didn't expect that the reality of his rebirth would change him. Then what's he do now? Since he did not love Lu Shuxian anymore, why did he need to rebirth and keep trying? Of course, he's with his die with him. But would he dare to try the Red Lotus? He already knew the result. After witnessing the death of his parents time and time again, he would get used to it and become numb to it. Then he would calmly accept the result of this fate. Red Lotus didn't dare. Then, should they accept this result? After his rebirth, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything and follow the path of fate to become a venerable. Then, he would become the venerable celestial of the celestial court that everyone looked forward to. He didn't want Red Lotus either. There was still love in his heart, love for his parents, and love for his master. Because there was love, there were regrets. He still had hatred in his heart, hatred towards fate, because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, and hatred towards himself. There were many emotions in his heart that even Red Lotus himself could not figure out. Red Lotus questioned himself deeply, examining his heart. He still wanted to destroy fake goo. However, his starting point was already different. He began to study it, discovering more and more of the profundities hidden in the legends of Renzu. When he realized the crucial point of love goo, he used love goo to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that although Red Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she did not become a venerable one. As a spectator, Feng Zhuge knew clearly. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Venerable calamities and tribulations could not be controlled by humans. No matter how Red Lotus delayed it, he had to undergo the tribulation. Using love goo, he finally changed the past reality. That was Lu Shuxian's death. Now, Lu Shuxian finally survived. Of course, the consequence was that Red Lotus did not become a venerable. This was also the truth. Both facts had changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited as he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian, however, was very gloomy. What is going on? Hongting, you actually did not become a venerable. Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used love goo. Do you know how many times I rebirthed to save you? You should have died in the tribulation. But through my continuous experiments and research on the human path methods created in the Legends of Renzu, Red Lotus was extremely excited. He continued to talk about the hardships he had gone through and the effort he had put in. Every guess and verification was filled with setbacks and difficulties. But I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though it is only a small change, this is the correct direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. With a crisp sound, Lu Shuxian slapped Red Lotus. Red Lotus immediately froze. His cheering stopped as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes were filled with tears. Hongting, are you really you? You actually had such a rebellious thought. You wanted to change the past through rebirth. You went against fate. No wonder you did not become a venerable after the tribulation. And you did all of this just to let me live. What about those celestial court goo immortals who helped you undergo the tribulation and sacrificed themselves for you? You said you did all of this for me. Have you considered my feelings? Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. When I resisted the tribulation for you, I suddenly realized that my greatest purpose in life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, to help you become an immortal venerable. But you did all of this. You gave up your most precious chance to become a venerable for me. If you cannot become a venerable, what will happen to the celestial court? What will happen to the world? What will happen to humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your dead parents. I am truly heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. I would rather sacrifice myself. Our love is just a small love, but greater love is for the entire human race, for all living beings in this world. Hongting, you disappoint me too much. Lu Shuxian cried bitterly. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that's the case. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze also became deep and eerie. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a way. You must have a way, right? Let everything return to the path of fate, even if I have to sacrifice myself. How can our love compare to the great love of heaven and earth, or the grand cause of the celestial court? Ugh! Lu Shuxian's body suddenly froze. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Red Lotus' hand had pierced into her heart. This was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you can return everything to the right path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian's eyes and said plainly. Lu Shuxian immediately showed a happy smile. Hongting, I was not wrong about you. Please become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. It was no different from the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced. Lu Shuxian died again. However, compared to the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced, there was one point that was completely different. Lu Shuxian really died. She had completely died in Red Lotus' heart. From then on, she did not come back to life. Red Lotus looked at her corpse that had fallen. His heart was completely calm. There was not even a ripple. The woman that he had once loved deeply, the woman that he was willing to give up everything for, the woman that had been reborn time and time again, the woman that had never given up hope. Now he had killed her with his own hands. Red Lotus did not feel any regret. Instead, he had a trace of realization. The source of this tragedy was the celestial court. It was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu was unprecedentedly firm. The scene in front of Feng Joga changed. Celestial court. The battle had already ended. The surroundings were in ruins. At the top of the damaged, heaven-overseeing tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus were facing each other. Duke Long had clearly gone through a huge battle. His body was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus and sighed deeply. Oh, Hong Ting, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. To think that you have already made such a mistake. You want to destroy Fate Gu. Then please do it. Saying so, Duke Long actually took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly stunned. He walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms were very weak, but no matter how he used strength, Fate Gu was like the toughest thing in the world. Red Lotus could not break it. No matter what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, not just you, even limitless demon venerable and reckless savage demon venerable came here back then and used all sorts of methods, but they were unable to do anything to Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can truly destroy Fate Gu. But once an otherworldly demon comes to our world, they are not complete. Thus, in this world, no one can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this and showed an extremely tired expression. Hong Ting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Although you have committed so many sins and mistakes, I am willing, and the Celestial Court is willing to atone for your sins and give you a chance to start anew. At this point, Duke Long was still trying his best to persuade Red Lotus. He was not willing to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned towards Duke Long and smiled. Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why didn't you directly put Fate Gu in front of me from the start? Let me try and make me give up. Duke Long was speechless. Red Lotus smiled again. So, you are also afraid, right? You are afraid that I will find a new method to destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long smiled bitterly. Of course, times are constantly changing. Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many of the conclusions of the past are no longer appropriate in the current era. Even I cannot guarantee that there will not be a new method to destroy Fate Gu. But at this point, since I cannot stop you, I can only take a risk and try. You saw the result, didn't you? Red Lotus pondered. Fate Gu arranged the path of life for all living beings in the world. You and I are all part of it. Even a rock or a wave is included in it. But, Master, have you thought about this? Man is not a rock, nor is he a wave. Man has his own thoughts. If a person is not satisfied with the life that Fate Gu arranged for them, what should they do? Duke Long stared at Red Lotus. You have also read U003, CU003, see the legends of Ren 003, EU003E. Rinzu encountered Fate Gu and wanted to break free from its restraints, chasing after Freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not grasp his freedom. He lost it. He went crazy. His thoughts were all over the place. This is the outcome. It is a warning. A person needs to accept their life. They need to bear it. They need to shoulder the responsibility that fate gave them. They need to do what they should do. Red Lotus laughed loudly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Duke Long saw his abnormal expression and felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear appeared on Duke Long's face. He was shocked to find that when Red Lotus exerted strength in his 5 fingers, Fate Gu was letting out a soft, cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Red Lotus! Duke Long was furious. He attacked fiercely. He was going all out. Red Lotus did not dodge. He was hit by Duke Long's attack. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked. He suddenly realized that Red Lotus was purposely provoking him to kill him. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled at Duke Long. Master, I have always respected and loved you, even after rebirth countless times. My respect for you has never decreased. But I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate gives such preferential treatment to a person like me. It arranged such a noble status and achievements for me. But I do not feel happy. I want to resist. Then let me ask you, those people in a worse situation than me, what do they think of fate? Humans are not rocks. They are not waves. Humans have their own thoughts. Often, letting one's thoughts run wild is the most terrifying. It is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus passed Fate Goo to Duke Long. I can only do this much. Using Love Goo, I can destroy fate. Master, are you very surprised? Unfortunately, I am not an otherworldly demon. But I did my best to arrange it. I did everything I could. I left hope for the future. Other than this, there is nothing worth looking forward to in the rest of my life. I might as well just die like this. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate Goo will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, it will be someone else. I believe that in the future it will not be me alone. There will be a group of people trying to destroy fate. Chapter 1978. On the stone Lotus Island, Fong Joga browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to the real world. Red Lotus was like a real person. It was vivid and lifelike. Other than these memories, I have two things for you. One is the rank 8 killer move Future Self. The other is the immortal goo recipe of Destiny Goo. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. The rank 8 Future Self killer move can instantly give you pseudo-venerable strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of Great Dream, Immortal Venerable. As long as the Tao Guardians of the past grow up, almost all of them would have such cultivation level. And Future Self is the projection of your strongest form in the future. It can be used by you now. As for Destiny Goo's immortal goo recipe, even though it is an incomplete goo recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you created in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 8,000 years in the future, you created the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate Goo has not been completely destroyed. It does not allow this. Thus, I changed to another method. I condensed it into this incomplete rank 9 Destiny Goo recipe. It will be of great help to you. You will be able to comprehend the initial stage of Destiny song. Fong Joga was moved. The true inheritance that Red Lotus gave him was completely to his liking. He could not reject it. But he did not lose his cool. He acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial stage of Destiny's song, Fong Joga asked. Red Lotus nodded. That's right. In the next 1,000 years, you modified Destiny's song many times. Eventually, this killer move became extremely exquisite. The final modification actually allowed this killer move to have the ability to grow on its own. The more Goo Immortals it hits, the more it can absorb the power of Destiny from the Goo Immortals and strengthen itself. This is a very good killer move. However, I need to remind you of something. As long as Fate Goo exists, your Destiny song killer move will be suppressed and sealed for one day. Fong Joga shook his head. Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, thank you for your true inheritance. I know what you mean. In fact, Fong Yuan has reminded me many times before this. However, I will not destroy Destiny and fight against the Celestial Court for this true legacy of yours. Red Lotus chuckled. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm only sharing my experiences with you. I'm placing the key to breaking free from fate in your hands. How you choose is up to you. Everything is in your hands, isn't it? Feng Jioge left the stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate had already given preferential treatment to the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it had taken away his parents and lover, it had given him extraordinary talent, power, and status that stood above all others. However, Red Lotus was unwilling to accept this. People are not puppets. They have their own thoughts. If Hong Lian, a sovereign, is like this, then what about me, a path protector? Feng Jioge could not help but reflect on himself. Seeing Feng Kim Hong grow up, his parents would indeed feel joy and joy. Not to mention the identity of a path protector. Even without this identity, how could Feng Jioge not protect his daughter? But is this identity of a path protector something that I really like, something that I want? Feng Jioge asked himself. In fact, no one had asked him this before. Duke Long did not ask. Qin Dingling did not ask. The other supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House did not ask either. It was as if this identity was an honor. It was something that was only natural. Feng Jioge could not wait to accept it. There was no need to ask such a question. But was that really the case? Feng Jioge thought of a deeper question. Why do people live? The scope of this question was too big. It was too profound. The answer differed from person to person. 1,000 people would have 1,000 answers. The previous answer might even change at the next moment. Feng Jioge could not answer this question. He could only settle for the next best thing. He asked himself sincerely, why do I live? Feng Jioge could not help but think back to his life. He loved music since young. He did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. At the beginning of his cultivation, he made a grand wish to compose 9 songs, to sing about himself, all living beings, and heaven and earth. Later, he obtained a fortuitous encounter in a valley. He accidentally found the inheritance left behind by the sound path great expert, spatial echo immortal father. Thus, he cultivated in seclusion in the valley. He was alone, but he did not feel lonely. He immersed himself in the beauty of music. He continued to cultivate. Every day was very fulfilling. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulations and reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm without anyone noticing. After reaching Gu Immortal cultivation level, Feng Jioge did not feel proud. Everything was natural and ordinary. He continued to cultivate in the valley, developing his immortal aperture. His cultivation level rose from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu Immortals came to the valley unintentionally. They sang with Feng Jioge. Back then, it was nighttime. The moon was high in the sky. A cool breeze was blowing. The lake in the valley was sparkling. As the 3 Gu Immortals sang, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. The 3 immortals finished singing and laughed loudly. But they did not meet. They left after their spirits were exhausted. Later, the 2 immortals were slandered and were wanted by the righteous path. Feng Jioge learned of this by chance. He did not hesitate. He stepped forward without hesitation. Because of this, he shocked the world. He challenged the 10 great ancient sects. He became a legend that no one could stop. The 10 great ancient sects lost all their face. They accused Feng Jioge of being a demonic path member. Everyone started to work together to resist him. Feng Jioge was not afraid. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly turned around and attacked the root of the problem. The 10 great ancient sects were in a mess. They could not do anything about it. During this process, Feng Jioge met Fairy Bai Ching of Spirit Affinity House. They fell in love with each other. Feng Jioge joined Spirit Affinity House and became a member of the Righteous Path. From then on, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. They relied on Feng Jioge's force and territory to expand, firmly suppressing the other 9 great ancient sections. After that, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Feng Zhouge led a group of people to investigate. Thus, a series of events happened. He was unexpectedly saved by Feng Yuan. In southern border, he repaid Feng Yuan's kindness by blocking Wu Yong. After repaying the favor, Feng Zhouge started to pursue Feng Yuan. Until now, Feng Yuan spared Feng Zhouge's life. He even gave him many pointers, guiding him to the Stone Lotus Island and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. If my previous life was arranged by fake Gu, did I do it willingly? Feng Zhouge shook his head. He preferred to think of it this way. This was all my choice. Back then, I stood up for the two immortals. I gave up my peaceful, secluded cultivation life. It was because of the anger in my heart I wanted to seek justice. I had a daughter with Fairy Bai Qing because I loved her. I taught my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. I raised her because I loved her. It was not a rule set by fate. If fate wanted me to lose Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong, would I learn from Red Lotus? If there's a very good opportunity right now, and I only need to make a slight move to destroy destiny, would I do it? Destroying fate seemed to go against his own benefits. After all, Feng Kim Hong was Fate Gu's great dream, immortal venerable. But does Feng Kim Hong really want to become great dream, immortal venerable? Feng Zhouge suddenly realized, just like how no one asked him if he liked his Tao guardian status, no one asked Feng Kim Hong if he liked becoming great dream, immortal venerable. Even he himself was one of them. It was as if this was a matter of course. There was no room for doubt. Feng Zhouge asked himself an even sharper question. If Huang Er really wants to become great dream, immortal venerable, but Fate Gu is right in front of me, I can easily destroy it. Would I do that? This question made Feng Zhouge hesitate. He was at a loss. He was perplexed and confused. But reality did not give him the time or space to think about it. The battle to repair Fate Gu was already in full swing. Feng Zhouge had no choice but to join the battle. On Harryfoot Mountain, he saved Feng Kim Hong and sang Destiny Song. Rank 8 Future Self made him one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power even caused Di Zongxing to suffer setbacks. On the battlefield, Feng Zhouge finally met with Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh, Feng Zhouge, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Zhouge was silent. He had to admit, this was a song that belonged to him. It was a song that he should have created based on his personality. This song contained his inner thoughts. Yes, he did not want to admit the existence of fate, but he sighed at the mercilessness and mysteriousness of fate. He saw the trajectory of countless lives, sometimes in dire straits, sometimes in glory. He saw those people's hopes, struggles, laughter, happiness, pain, and despair in their lives. If fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Then I desire for life and all living things to change. This change should come from one's own choices. Feng Zhouge understood his true feelings. I did not create a destiny song. It is Destiny Song. That's what I really think. He realized at once. He understood Feng Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. They knew his personality, so they did not persuade him. They only returned Destiny Song to Feng Zhouge and let Feng Zhouge persuade him. Yes, Feng Zhouge sang this Destiny Song loudly. He sang for the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. He wanted to strengthen them. He sang for his enemies. He wanted them to weaken. But the truth was, he sang for himself. He wanted to understand his own heart. Thereupon, he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing. He also loved his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. But he, Feng Zhouge, did not live for them. His wife and daughter were only the results of his choices. They were a part of his life, but not everything. What am I living for? This question brought him back to the beginning. He wanted to sing 9 songs. He wanted to sing about life and heaven and earth. Right now, he had already created 9 songs. But he did not finish singing about life and heaven and earth. He wanted to continue singing. But if he continued singing, he would be bound by fate. It was like a pair of invisible hands were grabbing his neck. How could he sing freely? Seeing that Feng Zhoge did not reply, Feng Yuan, who was in an intense battle, transmitted his voice. "Oh, Feng Zhoge, your singing is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny's Song walk the same path as the celestial court?" Feng Zhoge replied calmly in secret, "You know me well, but even so, I will not easily board your pirate ship. Unless you create a situation where you can easily destroy fake goo, I will not help you casually. Central Continent and the celestial court have treated me well, so you have to rely on yourself." Feng Yuan chuckled, "Then watch carefully." Next, he purposely allowed Duke Long to knock him down, arriving in front of Embroidered Tower and activating the method left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Out of Feng Zhoge's expectations, Feng Yuan used reckless savage demon Venerable's strength to break through heaven and destroy fake goo. But Duke Long's words made Feng Zhoge realize that this battle was far from over. When Red Lotus will appeared again, Feng Zhoge gradually understood Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. So, when Feng Yuan asked for Destiny Goo's recipe, Feng Zhoge finally made a move. By helping Feng Yuan, he was also choosing to be himself. Once, when he helped the two immortals challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he laughed and sang, "Demonic or not demonic, righteous or not righteous, heaven and earth have their own Feng Zhoge. Leave or stay, life or death is in my heart. Should I leave or stay now?" This question no longer troubled him. He, Feng Zhoge, had come to the righteous path from the demonic path. It was time to return. Chapter 1979. Feng Zhoge, Duke Long shouted as he charged at Feng Zhoge. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Claw marks appeared over 100 feet in length, tearing apart the air. They were unstoppable. Dragon fangs flew like sharp blades, dancing in the air with intense killing intent. Feng Zhoge slowly retreated as he continued to sing Destiny's Song. Several clones appeared around him. They all looked like him, but each had their own abilities. It was a mortal killer move, Song Warrior. Green Jade Song Warrior could turn everything into jade. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppression power. Submission Song Warrior could enslave living beings. Separation Song Warrior could disassemble killer moves and counter immortal goo houses. Acquisition Song Warrior could refine wild immortal goo. Heaven-facing Song Warrior could easily cross two heavens. Immortal Demonic Song Warrior could seize all kinds of killer moves and immortal goo's power for their own use. Only Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a Song Warrior. The Song Warriors fought for Feng Zhoge, not only blocking the Dragon Claws and Dragon Fangs, they also fought with Duke Long. They were extremely agile. After several rounds, Duke Long finally destroyed the Song Warrior. But soon, a brand new Song Warrior rushed to the battlefield and fought with Duke Long. Duke Long immediately understood that killing these clones was pointless. The wisest battle tactic was to directly attack Feng Zhoge's main body. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a huge distance, approaching Feng Zhoge. Feng Zhoge did not break through. He activated Yongpa's tune and pulled apart some distance. Duke Long could not fight Feng Zhoge in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack from afar. Feng Zhoge was fearless. Destiny's Song continued to weaken Duke Long. At the same time, his hands changed. He used Bell Palm, Drum Fist, and Whistle Finger to form three extreme sounds. Feng Zhoge fought Duke Long. Both sides were evenly matched. There was no clear victor. Rank 8 Future Self gave Feng Zhoge a qualitative change in his battle strength. The three regions' Goo Immortals were hesitating on whether to help Feng Zhoge, but they were shocked to find that Feng Zhoge did not need help. In an instant, the battle prowess that he displayed stunned everyone. Duke Long could not deal with Feng Jioge. He was shocked and furious. He realized that even though Feng Jioge had been fighting and attacking, he had been concealing his strength. He did not use his full strength. Right now, Duke Long wanted to foil Red Lotus's plan. But Feng Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Duke Long knew Feng Yuan's strength and had reckless savage's defensive methods. But this was not because Duke Long was afraid of Feng Yuan. He was considering how to destroy the enemy's plan. As long as Feng Jioge was disrupted, Destiny Song would not work. Feng Yuan would not have the immortal goo recipe. He would not be able to continue his plan. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely. He wanted to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely, hoping to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jioge. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to guard Feng Yuan's main body, while Calamity Luck Altar resisted Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals launched a frenzy of attacks, but they were blocked by the other three regions' Goo Immortals and Di Zongxing. The battle was clearly leaning towards the three regions' Goo Immortals, but Feng Yuan had some problems now. The human wills were like the sea, surging violently. Using these human wills as the main goo material to refine Destiny Goo was simply wishful thinking. But this method worked. Under the effect of Destiny Song, these human wills and flames converged and refined into a mystical goo material that was formless and formless. But Feng Yuan was in charge of this goo refinement. He had to endure the terrifying impact of the human wills. He had to pacify the human wills, like subduing a raging flood, allowing them to flow according to the channels. Feng Yuan's expression soon turned sinister. Veins popped on his forehead. Thoughts were produced rapidly in his mind, but they could not keep up with this terrifying expenditure. His thoughts were dwindling rapidly. They were about to dry up. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants had been paying attention. Fairy Myrtle saw Feng Yuan's expression and analyzed, "Oh no, Feng Yuan's situation is not good. I know his Wisdom Path foundation. His strongest Wisdom Path method is to prevent others from deducing and conceal his true location. The goo refinement now is testing his thoughts and thinking ability. The scale of these human wills is too terrifying. Even I might not be able to last long." But Spectral Soul chuckled lightly. He had a calm expression. "Don't worry. A venerable has already made preparations for this. Feng Yuan should know what to do." Spectral Soul could not help but recall his past life. Back then, his main body was still alive. He entered 88-point Jinyang Tower to explore. There, he found Wisdom Goo. He also saw the Giant Sun special left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. He immediately wanted to make a move and take Wisdom Goo for his own use. "Spectral Soul, please don't take Wisdom Goo." Giant Sun Special had no choice but to appear and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. "You cannot stop me." Giant Sun Special nodded. "Of course, you are the current generation demon Venerable. You are invincible in the world. I cannot stop you. But you also made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, right?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. Before this, he had indeed obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. He had made a certain agreement with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. "You mean?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. "That's right. This Wisdom Goo has been tampered with by my main body. When the crucial person appears, he will destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wisdom Goo will follow him. Giant Sun Special will speak frankly." "So that's it." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took a deep look at Wisdom Goo. He did not make a move. "Right now, He went all out. It seems that I still need to use wisdom goo. Fang Yuan sighed. At this point, he had already guessed the methods of many venerables. Wisdom goo was Giant Sun Immortal's method, but it was different from Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. It had been activated long ago. It was just that Fang Yuan did not notice it back then. Fang Yuan had just opened a door in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when Wisdom Goo flew out by itself, hovering above Fang Yuan's head, shining with golden divine light. Fang Yuan felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders. His expression returned to normal. He felt relaxed. So that's it, he sensed carefully, and made another discovery. Wisdom goo is also a goo material. No wonder it is so effective. But with the addition of wisdom goo, my thought expenditure has decreased sharply, but my immortal essence expenditure has increased sharply. This amount of devouring isn't something I can handle at all. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was extremely fast and immortal essence was accumulated rapidly, Fang Yuan had gone through many battles and expended a lot. If he could not keep up with the expenditure now, the goo refinement would stop and Fang Yuan would suffer a terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered. He was calm and composed, because he knew that at this point, the venerables would not sit by and watch. As long as he still had a trace of value and could not be replaced, the venerables would not let him die at this crucial juncture. Next, it should be your turn, Giant Sun, Fang Yuan thought to himself. Somewhere in the distant black sky, there was a dark golden palace floating in the air. In the palace, immortal zombie Giant Sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, his eyes reflecting the scenes of the battle in Celestial Court. It has finally come to this. Immortal zombie Giant Sun smiled and sighed softly. Red Lotus, it is because of your excellent planning and greater arrangements that you won against me. The scenes of his life appeared in front of him. On the stone Lotus Island, grew immortal Giant Sun who had yet to become a venerable obtained Red Lotus gift. At the same time, he made a transaction with Red Lotus. This is the incomplete immortal goo recipe of Destiny Goo. Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately attracted to it. He had been successful in creating Luck Path, but from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, it was you who damaged Fate Goo that gave me the space to create Luck Path. Now that you have given me this incomplete recipe of Destiny Goo, I owe you a huge favor. Goo Immortal Giant Sun said solemnly, I will set up the situation according to the agreement. Leave Wisdom Goo behind. I will also create Responsive Luck Immortal Goo to help that Heaven's Chosen who created Destiny Song. Moreover, I will leave behind a final attack as long as the situation reaches that stage. I will definitely make a move and help you complete your million-year plan. Red Lotus will smile. Thank you. But if my plan fails, please follow our agreement and work hard to refine Destiny Goo. Of course. Goo Immortal Giant Sun had a resolute expression. Inside Cloud Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom! A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky and shot towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a vast and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even people like Duke Long, Feng Jioga, and Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance when facing this move. The pillar of light was unstoppable and unstoppable. It started from black heaven above northern plains and pierced through the regional walls, directly crashing into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, the earth quaked, and mountains shook, countless immortal goo houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She stared at giant sun's incoming attack, but she was entangled by limitless silhouette and could not deal with it at all. Giant sun's attack surged and instilled into the sea of human wills and fire. The three converged and instantly formed a mountain-like golden ball of light. Flames danced in the ball of light. Countless human wills were colorful and dazzling. Fang Yuan did not move. He was at the center and presided over the situation. Pale white threads of light gradually appeared in his clenched hands and spread out. These threads of light were so familiar. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. His heart shook. These are Heaven Path Tao marks. Dozens, hundreds of Heaven Path Tao marks stretched out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palms completely. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Tao marks flew in the air, coiling around each other. Tao marks coiled around Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, shaking his body and soul. Heaven Path Tao marks have appeared in my body. Wait, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many Heaven Path Tao marks were disappearing for no reason, tracing back to the source of human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally confirmed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. Red Lotus Demon Venerable wanted to refine Destiny Goo, but he did not truly want to refine it. Fang Yuan grabbed hold of this chance and started to collect these Heaven Path Tao marks. Every Heaven Path Tao mark coiled around his body, causing his sovereign immortal aperture's accumulation to increase by a level. This was an extremely rare and huge fortuitous encounter. Every complete Heaven Path Tao mark could cause a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After experiencing Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan knew the immense value of this fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, the more Heaven Path Tao marks he had, the more he could guard against Spectral Soul's possible tricks on Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. It was just that the fusion of Heaven Path Tao marks was extremely painful. Even someone with a firm will like Fang Yuan would feel dizzy after fusing 10 complete Heaven Path Tao marks. The pain was excruciating. But he was in charge of the Goo refinement now. He could not use other methods. Otherwise, if the Goo refinement was disrupted and he failed, it would be even worse. Fang Yuan could only rely on his willpower to endure it. He was not the only Goo immortal enduring the pain. He was one of billions. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals started to scream in pain. The Heaven Path Tao marks traced back to their source. They were imprinted on their bodies. Every mortal could not endure even 1/10,000th of a Heaven Path Tao mark. Many of them fainted from the pain. And those who were clear-headed were blessed. They could bear more of the heavenly Tao marks. Pain. The intense pain of being torn apart was unbearable. Fang Yuan quickly bit his lips, his eyes subconsciously widening until the corner of his eyes broke and blood flowed out. He was sweating profusely, his body was trembling, but he still tried his best to fuse the complete Heaven Path Tao marks. Soon, the Goo immortals in the 5 regions also started to endure it. The battle in Celestial Court stopped. The Goo immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. The Heaven Path Tao marks were added to their bodies. They were caught off guard and could not endure it. Wu Yong's body shook intensely. His battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only barely fight. Shun Songshen continued to groan. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. He could only maintain Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling were already lying on the ground. Their bodies were twitching. They were rolling on the ground in pain. No. Heaven Path Tao marks were added to his body. Duke Long cried out in pain. At this moment, he finally understood Red Lotus' scheme. Duke Long was extremely anxious. Seeing that he could not defeat Feng Zhoge, he could only turn around and try to attack Feng Yuan with a sliver of hope. But the intense pain also affected him. Feng Zhoge was still using Destiny Song. Seeing that Duke Long was moving, he immediately attacked and stalled him. Heaven Path Dao marks were added to their bodies. They were still fighting. As they fought, there was a loud sound, golden water splashed, the mountain-like human wills scattered. Mission accomplished. Oh, people of the world, I have handed fate to you. Every one of you holds a part of life in your hands, mixed with a portion of luck. From now on, Fate Gu will still exist, but there will no longer be fate in the world. Red Lotus True Meaning's words were transmitted to everyone in the 5 regions through the human wills. The 5 regions humans cried out in pain. They were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Because of the unbearable pain, many committed suicide on the spot. Red Lotus! Duke Long shouted. He finally got rid of Feng Zhoge and charged towards Feng Yuan. But it was too late. The final trace of Red Lotus will barely condensed and blocked in front of Feng Yuan, facing the approaching Duke Long, master. The young Red Lotus smiled. I really succeeded. Fate Gu has already been split into countless parts and distributed to everyone in the world. It still exists. It has not been destroyed. Moreover, it has fused with luck. It cannot be used by Providence anymore. Duke Long was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was standing on end. Traitorous disciple! He shouted as he charged even more fiercely. With a loud bang, he completely destroyed Red Lotus Will and charged towards Feng Yuan. At this moment, Duke Long's aura broke through the limit again, reaching an unprecedented peak. It was so strong that Di Zongxing and Feng Zhoge felt suffocated. Feng Yuan did not move. He did not take a defensive stance. Duke Long's aura was extremely fierce, but when he was one step away from Feng Yuan, his expression suddenly changed. His aura froze, and his charge came to an abrupt stop. His lifespan was over. It was even earlier than in the previous life. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He caught hold of the aura that had dissipated earlier and discovered the truth. In fact, back in Eastern Sea, when he impersonated Qi Sea Ancestor and used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was weak and not obvious, and Duke Long's disguise was quite outstanding. After that, to avoid fighting with Qi Sea Ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to deceive everyone. Because Duke Long did not know that the number of times Feng Yuan could use Steel Life was extremely limited. This also caused Duke Long's performance to surpass the previous life at the same time. A great talent of a generation, the pillar of Celestial Court, Red Lotus Master, the creator of the Dragon Man race, Duke Long. Finally, at this moment, his life stopped. At the moment of his death, he was still charging forward. Regardless of whether he was respectable or despicable for the sake of Celestial Court, for the great cause, he truly sacrificed himself until his death. The intense fighting and killing had made him forget the limit of his lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than anger and killing intent, there was also a trace of shock on his face. Lord Duke Long, you must be very indignant. Damn it, Lord Duke Long, you cannot die. Celestial Court still needs you. Senior Duke Long. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals screamed. Their morale rose sharply. This was the will of a mourning army. Intense fighting and killing unfolded again. The 3 regions Gu Immortals were actually suppressed by Celestial Court's side, which had fewer people. Feng Yuan, however, did not participate in the battle. He was still enduring the intense pain. His gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Court, looking at the 5 regions. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished. The earth veins connected. The 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. The bloody cloak on Feng Yuan's back started to dissipate. He raised his head and breathed in deeply. The air of freedom. From now on, he finally had the possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1980. Hello, readers and friends. This was a rare single chapter. It was about a few things. Regarding the 5th volume, Demon King Domination, it ended here. This volume was indeed very long, and it would also be the longest volume in the entire book. But there was no helping it. Feng Yuan's strength had increased the most in this volume. He had truly grown from a chess piece to a chess player. I believe everyone will understand after reading this. Honestly speaking, the pressure of writing the 5th volume was very high compared to the previous volumes, and even the upcoming final volume, it was the heaviest. There were too many things that needed to be written. This battle involved the entire 5 regions and some grotto heaven worlds. It could be said to have covered the entire map of the novel. There were at least 60 forces involved. The characters involved were Wu Yong, Qi Qiu, Song Qiyuan, Shen Songsheng, Shen Shang, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Saichuan, Mao Li Qiu, Feng Dichang, Duke Long, Qin Dingling, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Xiongdu, Feng Yuan by Ningbing, Ing Wuxia, Di Zongxing, Spectral Soul, Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Reckless Savage, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Feng Kim Hong, Feng Jioga, and so on. There were too many characters. These characters all had their own cultivation level. Some were mortal Gu masters, like Feng Kim Hong. Some had outstanding strength, like Feng Yuan, Feng Jioga, and Duke Long. They all had their own killer moves. For example, Duke Long's 2 combat systems and more than 10 killer moves were designed according to his image. Wu Yong's killer moves were Unlimited Wind and Farewell Friend Wind. They complemented each other perfectly. Feng Yuan had even more killer moves, Red Lotus methods, Song Qiyuan's killer moves, and Shen Shang's killer moves. Both of them needed to be described in detail. These people all had their own plans. For example, Bing Saichuan, who wholeheartedly wanted to complete Giant Sun's last wish, Wu Yong, who was filled with ambition, Duke Long, who was willing to give up everything for the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan, who wanted eternal life, Red Lotus, who wanted to overthrow fate, etc. Not only were there people from the present, but there were also people from the past. For example, the past venerables and Wu Yong's mother, Wu Duxiu. These people had to be made of flesh and blood as much as possible. For example, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, Duke Long, and Feng Yuan. These 3 were all important descriptions, and he believed that they would leave a deep impression on the readers. What I want to achieve is that some small people also have their own symbol. For example, Yuan Xiongdu, the crucial person in charge of repairing fake Gu. He chose to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment. I believe this will leave a deep impression on the readers. The memories of this character's past life and the 2 great wars of this life could be combined to form his own story. It was a concept of responsibility. This also resonated with the heavy responsibility that Freedom Gu brought in the Legends of Rinzu. Other small characters like Yi Fan and Hong Yi also had their own fortuitous encounters. As for Qin Song, this person was a member of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He did not have many scenes in the previous life, but in this life, he displayed his strength. The Celestial Court's teleportation formation also needed him to complete. These people all had huge changes in their lives. For example, Feng Jioga changed from the righteous path to the demonic path. He openly betrayed the Celestial Court. Regarding this change, there was actually a lot of foreshadowing. For example, he was a secluded cultivator. he had opposed the 10 great ancient sections. For example, Duke Long had once asked Feng Kim Hong if he believed in fate. Feng Kim Hong said he did not. Duke Long had reflected on the reason. He felt that part of the problem was due to Feng Zhouge. This was a problem with his upbringing. These foreshadowing could be seen clearly after reading it again. For example, Feng Kim Hong was Great Dream Immortal Venerable's seed, but Fate Gu was destroyed. Heaven's Will was gone. Her father betrayed her. Where would she go? Or, for example, Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichong. What would happen to him when he was trapped in Divine Emperor Palace? So many people were starting an unprecedented chaotic battle around the issue of Fate Gu, they had to consider their arrangements very carefully. I believe this is not only the most unprecedented battle in the history of this book, it is also a rarely seen super large-scale battle in the entire web literature world, because it involves so many characters and the map is so wide, it is already very rare. What is even more difficult is that this battle needs to be fought twice. Fang Yuan failed once before rebirth, and Fang Yuan succeeded once after rebirth. These two battles need to be compared before, and after, they need to progress step by step. There cannot be too many bugs. They also need foreshadowing. In the 3 sections of 943 to 945, everyone should be able to see the foreshadowing that I had meticulously laid out earlier. These foreshadowing were laid out over half a year ago, but they were only used now. On the surface, these foreshadowing are just some unrelated stories. They need to be well disguised. But when they appear together, the author's true intentions can be seen. The good thing is that no reader has seen through this yet. In order to complete my writing goal, I need to refine the characters. Other than the arrangements I started half a year ago, I also need the clash of ideals. In the previous life's battle, I mainly wrote about the celestial court's ideals. Many people were moved by this. In this life's battle, I mainly wrote about the ideals of Fang Yuan and Red Lotus. Many people were filled with passion because of this. This is the goal I want to achieve. Only by clashing and winning on the level of ideals can we display their greatness. It will help us understand the motivations and actions of these characters. And I wrote about the clash of ideals to deepen the discussion of the righteous and demonic paths in this book. What is the righteous path's light? What is the demonic path's darkness? Mature people know that this world is not black and white. The boundary between righteous path and demonic path, darkness and light is actually very blurry. The first half of this book focuses on the difference between righteous and demonic paths. The second half describes the similarities between righteous and demonic paths. Sometimes, righteous path is demonic path. From another perspective, demonic path is righteous path. This was not the most superficial concept of the winner takes all. For example, the celestial court's greatness, the righteousness of sacrifice, it is indeed grand. But Lu Shuxian was willing to sacrifice herself to help Red Lotus become venerable. This strong desire actually goes against human nature. Isn't this a kind of demonic nature? Red Lotus was reborn because he loved her, but in the end, he killed Lu Shuxian with his own hands. It was more of a choice made by human nature. Another example, the great demon Fang Yuan became the greatest contributor to the destruction of Fate Gu. We all know that his demonic nature is deep. His motive was to pursue eternal life. He was extremely selfish, but just from his actions and results, he liberated the entire human race, freeing them from the shackles of fate. They obtained freedom. Isn't this a kind of justice? After writing this huge volume, I let out a sigh of relief. My goals were 1 character creation, 2 arrangements foreshadowing, 3 clash of ideals for deepening the ideals of righteous and demonic. I was more or less done. To achieve this goal, I changed the outline over a dozen times. When I was thinking of foreshadowing, I discarded most of the obvious foreshadowing. Often, when I was thinking of ideas, I would sit in front of my desk for the entire day writing draft after draft and tossing out draft after draft. There were too many characters involved. I agreed to write out the descriptions of these characters, their moves, and so on. There were over 100 pieces of paper. When I was writing, they filled up my study desk. I am telling you these facts not to praise myself, but to say, I wrote this book with all my heart. I admit that I wrote slowly, but there was no helping it. I was not skilled enough to write fast. I would make mistakes easily. I know. I have been writing this book for 5 to 6 years. It is a long time. But I need to be patient. The more I write towards the end, the more patient I have to be, and the more I have to keep my composure. Thus, I want to appeal to all my dear readers. I am writing patiently. I implore all of you to read it patiently. This book is different from most web novels. The difference in writing method, layout, theme, and plot construction requires all of you to be more tolerant, understanding, and expectant when you read it. I am very confident to say, as long as you read to the end, this book will definitely satisfy most of the readers. First, I implore all of you to read it patiently. Second, I hope all of you can support it. Please support the original reading. A small section is about 3,000 words, only a few cents, but it will take about 2 hours for me to write it. My novel chapters are also different from most web novels. I need to think more before writing and spend more effort to lay out. The amount of energy and effort others spend to write 3,000 words is different from the amount of energy and effort I spend to write 3,000 words. But our pricing is the same, and we get the same amount of money. But I am willing to spend more effort and effort to present a living world of voodoo, a different reading experience. In fact, because of the dark text label of this book, the strange writing method, I have always been criticized and misunderstood. This caused this work to be more niche. Right now, this book is about to reach the last big volume. Everyone's fate will come to an end. Like Fang Yuan, like Fang Zheng, like Shang Xinci, like Bai Ningbing. The defeat of the celestial court will bring about a different 5 regions' chaotic war. The shadows of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the other venerables will become thicker. They will become obstacles in Fang Yuan's path. The blue dragon whale, crazed demon cave, mysterious black fire, and other secrets will also be solved. The legends of Ren Zhu will also be completed. The concept of this book will also be raised to the level that I want to write. The main theme of this book will also be revealed. Please support the original reading. Please read it patiently. Chapter 1981. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Peng De struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw a human face. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, a pair of triangular eyes revealing shrewdness. His head was wrapped in a white bandana. Peng De was shocked. He clearly remembered that he was sleeping in his own bedroom. Why would a stranger barge into his room? He immediately used his strength to sit up. In the next moment, he was stunned again. Where am I? He was shocked to find that he was in a desert. The sky was clear, and the clouds were thin. The sun was high in the sky. The heat was rising. Haha, this kid is confused. He's lucky he was attacked by a pack of sandwolves in the desert, but he's still alive. The middle-aged bearded man was not the only one around him. There were a few others, all surrounding him. Not far away, there was a camel team, lying on the ground to rest. Kid, this is a wolf desert. When we found you, your companions were all dead. The sand wolves were eating your corpses. We chased them away. Only you were still breathing. I'm Mo Li, the leader of this caravan. I was the one who saved you and healed your wounds. You're lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The middle-aged bearded man introduced. Peng De sat on the desert in a daze. The hot sand and the scorching sun made him gradually come to his senses. This was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn, there really is such a thing as transmigration in this world, and it happened to me. But how did I transmigrate? Last night, I was clearly modifying the program code, but the next day I ended up here. Looking at their clothes and language, they're obviously from another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It's like speaking another world's language has become an instinct. Pangda couldn't help but feel parched, his heart beating wildly. This sudden change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but fall into panic, secretly groaning. But beside him, there were a few strong men staring at him. Pangda could only force himself to calm down, holding his head with both hands, shaking his head. I only remember that my name is Pangda. As for the rest, damn, why can't I remember? No way. Did you lose your memory? How disappointing. He is not a Gu master. He is just a mortal. Is it so important whether he remembers or not? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The middle-aged bearded. Emoli took a deep look at Pangda, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since you can't remember clearly, then forget it. I hope you can remember it one day. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to travel with my caravan? Pangda hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to stay in the desert alone. Uncle Emoli, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. No matter where you go now, please take me with you, because I don't know where I should go. His face was blank, but it came from his heart. When he first arrived in this world, he really didn't know what to do. Then follow us. Emoli nodded and turned to instruct the people beside him. Arrange a camel for Pangda, yes. Someone immediately accepted the order. Kid, come with me. Pangda was led to the camel. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a camel? The Gu master who led him here was baffled. Kid, are you from Western Desert? You don't even recognize the Fire Kong camel? The Fire Kong camel did not have a hump. Its back was instead sunken, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel was lying in the round pit. It had soft fur and a suitable body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Gu master quickly put away the goods in the round pit and set up a tent on it. A portion of the goods was tied to the side of the camel below the tent. Pangda could only continue to pretend to be in pain, saying, I don't remember. Damn it, I can't remember. That Gu master glanced at him. I don't care what you forgot, but you have to remember, your life was saved by our leader. Since you joined the caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our place. You have to work, remember? Pangda quickly nodded. Of course, please instruct me. I will do my best. The Gu master lightly nodded, showing a barely satisfied expression. But at this time, the bearded Emoli's voice came from afar. Don't make things difficult for him. Let this young man rest and recover. Being able to meet in this huge desert, it is a kind of fate. It is not easy to make a living in this desert. The Gu master leading Pangda aside, saying, Leader, you are still so kind. Pangda heard this and had an even better impression of Emoli. He could not help but reply loudly, Uncle, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you well. Emoli laughed heartily. All right, kid, you should rest on the camel for a while. Next, he shouted to everyone, We have rested enough. Let's continue our journey. Thereupon, the camel bell rang, and this caravan started moving again, trekking on the vast desert. Pangda laid on the Fire Kong camel's back, feeling very comfortable. Being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was no longer the original one. He was clearly a native of another world. His skin was tan brown, his limbs were rough, and his joints were bulky. So my soul only transmigrated and borrowed the body of a native of another world to revive. No wonder I can speak in the language of another world. It is a pity I did not fuse with this native's memories. But this is also good. My original body lacked training, my limbs were weak, but this body has a strong physique and is also very young. Pangda could not sleep after inspecting himself. He started to look around and observe this other world. There was nothing to see in the desert, but the people traveling with him broadened his horizons. The Fire Kong camel's food was actually some burning red charcoal. The caravan could actually create water out of thin air. They did not need to look for oases or water sources. Walking in the desert was a great guarantee of safety. At dusk, when they were about to set off, a Goo Master in the caravan directly planted a seed on the surface of the desert. After a dozen or so breaths of time, trees grew and fruits grew. Pongda did not know what this fruit was called, but its flesh was very white and tender. It tasted sweet and fragrant. It was very appetizing. Pongda was amazed by every little detail in his life. During dinner, he could not help but ask the caravan leader, Mo Lee, "Lad, it seems you really lost your memories. We are Goo Masters. These are all Goo Master methods." Mo Lee looked at Pongda with a strange expression. "Goo Master?" Pongda was hearing this for the first time. Mo Lee's expression became even more strange. He pointed at Pongda. "Lad, you are also a Goo Master, and a rank 2 Goo Master." Ah, Pongda was surprised. After some understanding, Pongda came to a realization and became even more excited. So in this world, there is a type of people called Goo Masters. They can use goo worms to cultivate. Goo Master cultivation is divided into rank 1 to 9. Most of the people in the caravan are rank 2. The highest is Uncle Emoli. He is rank 3. I am also a rank 2 Goo Master. More accurately speaking, the original owner of this body was a rank 2 Goo Master. When a Goo Master cultivates to rank 6, they can be called Goo Immortals. They can move mountains and seas. They can pluck the stars and moon. At rank 9, they are invincible in the world. They can reign supreme in the world. Oh heavens, what a beautiful world this is. Since heaven sent me here, it definitely wants me to accomplish something. I will definitely be one of a kind. I will definitely be able to stand above others. Right. After cultivating to rank 9, the feeling of being invincible in the world will definitely be wonderful. In his original world, Pongda was an ordinary person. He was an orphan. He had no parents and no lover. He could be said to have no attachments. He was extremely excited until late at night. He could not resist the exhaustion and fell asleep. What he did not know was that the Goo Masters in the caravan were also secretly discussing him. This lad actually lost his memories. I really don't know what to say. Should I say that his life is good or bad? Did he really lose his memories, or is he pretending to be dumb? There is no need to pretend, right? I think he was very surprised by the Fire Kong camel and our Goo Master methods. It does not seem like he is pretending. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Goo Master. I can use him. It is not a loss to save him. Emoli said. No one refuted this. Goo Masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Pongda was a mortal, even if these Goo Masters knew that he was still alive, they would not bother to save him. But since he was a Goo Master, he had value in saving him. He could even get a camel as a form of transportation, as well as food and water. While discussing, Emoli suddenly frowned. His expression was dark. Listen, there seems to be some sound. Everyone's expression changed, because at the next moment, this sound became very loud. It rumbled and shook heaven and earth. Damn it! It seems to be a hurricane, a super large-scale hurricane. But this is Wolf Desert. How can there be a hurricane? Quickly move. Protect the caravan. Quickly move. The Goo Masters hurriedly left the tent. They were stunned the moment they got outside. They saw an endless chi tide surging from ahead. It was like a tsunami connecting heaven and earth. The chi tide was like a mountain or a sea. Everywhere it went, sand and dust were swept up. It was extremely terrifying. Extreme fear filled all the Goo Masters' faces. This was a calamity even more terrifying than a hurricane. At once, The Goo Masters felt the intense aura of death. The caravan was definitely finished. They only wanted to save their lives now. Escape. Amo Lee gritted his teeth. Before he finished speaking, he had already retreated with all his strength. The other Goo Masters reacted like they were electrocuted. They followed suit and escaped in panic. In the abandoned caravan, the mortals screamed in fear. The camel group was also in a commotion. They were powerless. Only death seemed to be waiting for them. In this chaos, Pangda was still sleeping. He did not know that a fatal crisis had already enveloped him. P.S. Thank you, new alliance leaders. Thank you for your rewards. You are too awesome. I am also very surprised that Goo Battle Team is in the top 10. I feel that we are very strong. What moved me was that there were also many comments. Many people read books in high school. They have already graduated and are looking for jobs. Some started reading Goo Venerable in elementary school. They are about to graduate from university. So we have been accompanying each other for so long. Thank you, everyone, for your support and understanding. Yesterday made me very moved. It also made me even more determined to write quality first, quantity second, strive to improve continuously. In the final volume of Goo Venerable, I will work hard to depict a magnificent era. Chapter 1982. The sky was pitch black. There were only 2 or 3 weak starlights. This was black heaven. The surroundings were quiet. 3 Goo Immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. The old Goo Immortal on the left was thin like firewood. He had a hunched back and many age spots on his face. He was already at the end of his lifespan. The female immortal on the right wore an embroidered purple robe. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair reached her waist. She had a graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were shrouded in sorrow. At the center was a black-robed Goo Immortal. He had a pale face and black hair that reached his chest. An intense, cold-killing intent was lingering around his body. They were Old Man Zheng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle, and Spectral Soul. The 3 of them were moving stealthily in black heaven. At this moment, Spectral Soul paused for a moment before saying plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan's expressions did not change. They immediately surrounded Spectral Soul and started to set up defensive methods. Soon, the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Then, a huge berserk wave of chi swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere the chi tide went, living beings perished. It was a tragic sight. The chi tide ruthlessly crushed the 3 immortals and lasted for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before it swept away. Spectral Soul and his servants let out sighs of relief. They stopped their defensive methods and showed themselves again. Old Man Zheng Yuan looked at the chi tide dispersing. He had a compassionate expression as he sighed heavily after the 5 regions merged to think that there would be such a change. Every once in a while, chi tides would appear, filling heaven and earth, sweeping away all living beings. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. Everywhere it goes, living beings perish. Who knows how many living beings will die? Even though Old Man Zheng Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only loyal to him. His nature did not change much. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was deducing something, but she soon gave up. Fairy Myrtle analyzed. There are differences in heaven and earth chi between the 5 regions. Thus, when Goo Immortals come to another region and absorb heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures will shake. Thus, Goo Immortals have to return to their homeland to undergo tribulations. The difference between the 2 energies of heaven and earth was also the reason for the formation of the boundary wall. Now that the 5 regional walls have completely disappeared, the vast heaven and earth energies in the 5 regions have started to converge. This is the reason for the chi tides. It's just that it's impossible to predict how long this energy tide will last and whether its power will increase or decrease. We can't even calculate its trend. To deduce the answer to this problem, primordial origin, immortal venerable would have to do it. He had a deep understanding of chi path. Or perhaps star constellation, immortal venerable, had revived. That was the only way to obtain such a large number of clues. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and cold. This chi tide is my obstruction. Most soul beasts find it hard to resist. Even if they manage to survive, their soul cores will be severely damaged. Spectral Soul really wanted to recover his strength. Devouring souls was the fastest shortcut. Originally, he wanted to take back the Gate of Life and Death, but unfortunately, the Gate of Life and Death had been secretly moved away. The battle in the Celestial Court was over. With Spectral Soul's current condition, he could not act recklessly. Thus, he brought his two subordinates out of the Celestial Court. They came to Black Heaven and prepared to hunt soul beasts. There were many soul beasts living in Black Heaven. They formed into armies. They often used nether ants to open the path and roamed in Black Heaven. Their scale was often huge. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. Master, the chi tide is causing trouble now. Please let us stay behind and assist Master. Old man Zheng Yuan suggested loyally. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying behind me? I alone am enough. Furthermore, I have something important to tell you. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They said together, Master, please tell us. Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, Back then, I expended all my resources to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo and gave it to Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that fake goo is destroyed, our plan succeeded, it is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus goo. I want you to find Fang Yuan and capture him alive to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo again. Spectral Soul's strength had fallen to rock bottom. If not for this, he would have interfered in the battle of the Celestial Court long ago. He wanted to rise up quickly and recover his strength. There were three crucial points: the door of life and death, the dream realm, and the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the door of life and death was gone, Spectral Soul was secretly disappointed. But this point could be replaced by soul beasts. One of the crucial dream realms was taken away by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in the battle of the Celestial Court, most of them were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Spectral Soul had to retrieve the dream realms. Only by retrieving the dream realms could he regain his great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. Other than that, the sovereign immortal aperture was also necessary. It could ensure that Spectral Soul could return to his peak state as much as possible. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the sovereign immortal aperture was well managed by Fang Yuan. If he could snatch it back, it would be the same as Fang Yuan's painstaking efforts earlier. With these three crucial points gathered, Spectral Soul would be able to regain his peak state and dominate the world. There were no clues about the door of life and death, but the dream realms and sovereign immortal aperture were focused on Fang Yuan. It was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul made Fang Yuan his main target. Old man Zheng Yuan frowned as he recalled, Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan? After this demon destroyed fake goo, he immediately left the Celestial Court. He did not participate in the following battle. He was in a hurry and acted strangely. I have no idea where he went. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the Heaven Path Tao marks. Fang Yuan could not even protect himself. He had to make this choice. Since he knew about Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements on Wisdom Goo and did not hesitate to expend Wisdom Goo, he could naturally deduce that I had done something to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Thus, when he refined Goo, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is a sly fellow. He used the other party's strength to make my plan fail. But Red Lotus was happy to see this. Humph, scoundrel! Let's deal with that old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to eliminate Fate Goo once and for all. Now that their plan had succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus were enemies. A mountain could not contain two tigers, not to mention two venerables. But how do we find Fang Yuan's traces now? Fairy Myrtle felt a headache. Why did she have to face the same problem even after betraying the Celestial Court? When she was in the Celestial Court, she had thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan. As a wisdom path grade expert, she had already sensed the threat of Fang Yuan. But what was the use? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding. He was too good at concealing himself. His wisdom path attainment was best at preventing deductions from others. Furthermore, he was too vigilant. He did not leave any traces behind. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to deal with him, they could not do anything about it. It was like back then when the human race had immortal venerables and demon venerables. The variant humans could not resist them and hid. Primordial origin, immortal venerable, was also helpless. Fairy Myrtle lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. It was like this when she was in the Celestial Court. It was still the same now. Thus, she could only ask Spectral Soul for help, hoping that this demon venerable would have a good idea. But facing this problem, even Spectral Soul was silent for a moment. Sovereign immortal fetus goo was personally refined by him. He naturally tampered with it and could sense the sovereign immortal body. But after the heaven path Dao marks were added to Fang Yuan's body, he could not do anything. This connection was completely severed. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We cannot find Fang Yuan for now. We will force him out." How do we do that? This demon Fang Yuan came and went without anyone. He was a loner with no one to worry about. Even if he has any friends or family, with his ruthless nature, even if we threaten him, he will not show himself. Old man Zheng Yuan felt this was a difficult situation. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During the battle of the Celestial Court, the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu was already known to the world through everybody's vision killer move. The two of you will spread the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret. Tell the world that Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 8 rapidly and destroy fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can devour apertures to avoid calamities and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan has to devour Gu Immortal's immortal apertures to continue his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will not only obtain many venerable inheritances, they will also have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It can help the Gu Immortal ascend to the venerable realm and become invincible in the world. After pausing for a while, Spectral Soul continued, "This way, Fang Yuan will become the world's enemy. Tell the world about his current weakness. He has the heaven path Dao marks on him. He has no battle strength at all. If not for this, he would not have escaped in a hurry after the Gu refinement. With everyone fighting for us, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for now, he cannot hide forever. The two of you will go and open the secret treasuries that I have left behind. Those are the cultivation resources that I cannot use to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. They are very valuable. Use these resources to rebuild Shadow Sect and recruit more people for me. Aren't Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan still outside? If we find them, we might be able to find clues about Fang Yuan." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly agreed. Spectral Soul looked down. His gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of night as he looked at the 5 regions. The 5 regions have fused into one. Heaven and Earth Chi have fused into Chi tides that spread to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If Heaven and Earth Chi do not fuse completely, there will be no peace. The regional walls of the 5 regions will dilute and envelop the 5 regions. The immortal apertures of the 5 regions, Gu Immortals, will also be affected. The 2 Chi will be shaken. They can only rest and recuperate. The stronger the immortal aperture's foundation, the more time they have to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to recuperate for a very long time. But the two of you were once members of the celestial court. You have phantom apertures. You will not be affected. You need to make use of this opportunity and work hard. We will follow Master's orders." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. "Then what are you waiting for? Please take care of yourself. Master, we will take our leave." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan quickly took their leave. Chapter 1983. Roar. In Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was fleeing in panic. This soul beast was shaped like a horse, but it had a human face. But right now, its face was filled with fear and shock. The ancient soul beast was panicking. It ran for its life, but soon its movements slowed down. The cries of pain in its mouth also weakened rapidly. A few breaths of time later, it completely stopped in the air, floating quietly in the dense night sky. Without a sound, its mountain-like body slowly dissipated, revealing a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had a pale face. His black hair reached his chest. It was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul held a soul core in his hand. It was the condensation of the ancient soul beast's soul path essence. Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core in his mouth, chewing it like a bean before swallowing it. Without the help of a soul path killer move, I will need some time to digest it. Spectral Soul snorted in displeasure. Ever since he parted with Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Myrtle, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But who knew if his luck was bad, or if the chi tides killed too many living beings? He encountered very few soul beasts. Up until now, the soul beasts he met were all alone. At most, they were in groups of 3 to 5. This made him wonder if this was still Black Heaven. This efficiency is too low. Spectral Soul continued on his journey. If I still had my attainment level, I could use my intuition to determine the location of the soul beast army. Even Fang Yuan could not escape my senses. It is a pity that I have to start all over again now. However, Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Providence can no longer stop me from becoming a venerable. After I finish cultivating, I want to see who dares to show up. Even if they are venerables, I will kill them. Spectral Soul moved stealthily for a while before joy flashed on his face. He finally found a soul beast army. He quietly got closer, seeing that there were over 3 million soul beasts in this soul beast army. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they were of high quality. He only took a glance and saw 5 to 6 immemorial soul beasts and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. Spectral Soul had a strong desire to kill. He was about to charge over when he suddenly discovered something. This discovery shocked him. Why are there soul path Gu immortals? There were 3 Gu immortals controlling the soul beast army. 3 Gu immortals, 2 males and 1 female. The female was in the formation. She was the leader. She had an ordinary appearance. She had gray eyes and rank 8 aura. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in armor. His muscular arms were exposed. There were soul beast marks on his arms. The other was tall and thin. He held a bamboo cane. The 3 immortals were dressed in black robes. They had similar designs. They were from the same force. These are the Gu immortals of Black Heaven. Spectral Soul quickly recognized the auras of the 3 immortals. He smiled coldly and changed his plan of attacking. He sneaked into the soul beast army. The 3 immortals were the rank 8 female immortal had been resting earlier. She spoke, "Stop, let me control the army." Hearing this, the 2 male immortals heaved a sigh of relief. The tall and skinny one flattered. "Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a scale. Even if the 2 of us cultivate diligently for 8 lifetimes, we won't be able to reach half of your abilities." The rank 8 female immortal glanced at the male immortal. She said unhappily, if you can't catch up to me after cultivating for 8 lifetimes, you might as well kill yourself. Oh, the tall and thin man knew that his flattery had gone awry. He had an awkward expression. The female immortal sighed. The two of you are the goo immortals with the highest chance of advancing after me. Now, that fate goo is destroyed. We are responsible for our own fate. The great era is coming. The peaceful and stable life of the past is gone forever. You need to have the heart to improve. If you do not have such a resolution, our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be submerged by the tides of the new era. And you are right. The tall and thin man nodded. As for the tall and sturdy male immortal, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again, continuing. The 5 regions are united. Heaven and earth chi have fused. Chi tides are sweeping the world. Even the black and white heavens are not immune. Wherever the chi tides go, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens will no longer be able to hide. Their locations will be exposed. This time, our Black Heaven Grotto Heavens goo immortals are meeting to discuss how to deal with this situation. At that time, you will be representing yourselves, as well as the face of our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Remember this. Yes, Aunt Lady, don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals replied respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that while they were talking, Spectral Soul had already sneaked to their side and heard every word of their conversation. So that's it. Spectral Soul had a thought. Heaven and earth chi have fused. The grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens are also affected. The reason is the same as the 5 regions goo immortals having to rest and recuperate. But the 5 regions goo immortals are more deeply affected. This is the black and white heavens after all. The goo immortals can still move around with difficulty. There had always been many grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens. Even Spectral Soul could not estimate the number of these grotto heavens. This time, the change in heaven and earth was unprecedented. These grotto heavens could not be hidden anymore. They were like fish that were blown out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a great opportunity. He continued to conceal himself as he followed the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals finally arrived at their destination with their soul beast army. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was opened. There were already many people around. They had quite a large commotion. The million soul beast army that the 3 immortals brought over painstakingly was not outstanding here. They were at most slightly superior. So friends from soul-pacifying grotto heaven are here. Seeing the 3 immortals, a goo immortal flew out of a night heavenly wolf group. This goo immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a fierce and ruthless aura. He had the air of a formidable character. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is early. The rank 8 female immortal of soul-pacifying grotto heaven smiled and replied, "We were too slow, Lady Cold Ash." Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the opened grotto heaven entrance. "Those variant human goo immortals have already entered. I waited for you to enter together. Otherwise, as a human rank 8, I would be ostracized." Lady Cold Ash nodded, showing a solemn expression. "In this meeting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the one who communicated with us. He is a snowman goo immortal to begin with. He also opened his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It will naturally become the territory of variant human goo immortals. Let's go in and take a look." Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the soul beast army. She only ordered several immemorial soul beasts to enter the grotto heaven's entrance with her. Spectral Soul had already possessed one of the immemorial soul beasts without anyone noticing. He also followed them in. Once they entered the grotto heaven, the temperature fell sharply. It was a world of ice and snow. Looking down at the ground, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The tall mountains were made of frost crystals. It was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystals, there was an ice and snow palace. Lady Cold Ash and Night, Heavenly Wolf Lord came to the palace. After placing the immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night, Heavenly Wolves on the square of the palace, they entered the palace together. Spectral Soul waited for a while. He successfully saw through the details of the ice and snow palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the palace. At the main seat of the palace sat a snowman Gu Immortal. He had a Fangjing face and a majestic aura. He was likely Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than them, there were 3 variant human rank 8s. They were Rock Men, Hairy Men, and Egg Men. To think that in this Black Heaven variant human forces actually have the upper hand. They have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it and understood. After humans became the rulers, variant humans could not survive in the 5 regions. They were chased to the edges of the world, struggling at death's door. Black Heaven and White Heaven were naturally the first choice for variant humans to roam. This place was extremely vast. Grotto heavens were hidden. Even venerables could not find them, unless they had a definite clue. Thus, variant humans were the first to establish their foundation in Black Heaven and White Heaven. They continued to develop. Even though human Gu Immortals entered Black Heaven and White Heaven, they mostly explored and gathered resources. Only a small portion of rank 8 Gu Immortals placed their Grotto Heavens in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Human Grotto Heavens were different from variant human Grotto Heavens. The latter were taken care of by Providence. Their calamities and tribulations were weak, but the former were different. As time passed, human Grotto Heavens continued to be established and eliminated. Only a small portion managed to survive. But variant human Grotto Heavens had a long history. Their forces continued to grow. The 6 rank 8 Gu Immortals discussed. If the 5 regions are united, Chi tides will invade the world. Our Grotto Heavens will be exposed. I propose to unite and resist the 5 regions. How can we resist the 5 regions? Even though our Grotto Heavens are plentiful, how can we compare to the 5 regions in terms of resources? Even if we unite, we will not be the match of the 5 regions' humans. Furthermore, even if we unite, we might not trust each other. After all, there is a difference in our identities. Don't worry. Even though we are humans, Ancestor Pacifying Soul was forced to escape to Black Heaven. He has already severed ties with the 5 regions. More directly, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose our identities. After all, we have a deep grudge with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Fellow immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you only want to work together? Have you not thought of taking a step forward? Now that fake Gu is destroyed, the situation of humanity's dominance has been completely broken. The 5 regions Gu Immortals need to rest and recuperate. This is the best chance for us to act first. We are born in Black Heaven. We are the least affected. We can barely move. If we do not make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what is your plan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed, saying with a heavy expression, the 5 regions are huge and rich in resources. Even if we combine our Grotto Heavens, we cannot compare to them. The world will descend into chaos. If we do not move forward, when the 5 regions settle down, we will be exterminated by the 5 regions Gu Immortals. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival. P.S. Last night, I received an encouraging message from Fang Yuan, congratulating him for becoming the first alliance leader of this book. In fact, these last 2 days, I have been very moved. The response and enthusiastic support from all my readers made me feel that writing this book was the right thing to do. Today, I want to respond to everyone's strong support and sincere encouragement. Thank you. The Gu Immortal team has a high ranking. I welcome more friends to join. Join method. Qijian app. Click on Discover. Enter Activity Center. Find the fan team activity. Drop down, join Goo Immortal Team. Chapter 1984. Lady Cold Ash was the first to fly out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's entrance. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's 2 Rank 7 Goo Immortals guarding outside immediately went to welcome them. "Aunt," the tall and thin Goo Immortal asked in concern, "how did the discussion go?" Lady Cold Ash shook her head. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The two talked for a while before separating. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord led the wolf group, while Lady Cold Ash led the Soul Beast army, returning to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed. They did not know that Spectral Soul had been lurking around them. Spectral Soul had wanted to hunt the Soul Beast army, but after this matter, he changed his mind. Just from the name Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, it was clear that it was a Soul Path sect. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 were Soul Path Goo Immortals. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven definitely had abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Ignoring everything else, just the Soul Beast army that they had was a huge feast for Spectral Soul. The Chi Tides will sweep through the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heaven will not be able to hold themselves back. I can make use of their strength to attack the other venerable forces in advance. I will rise up even faster. Spectral Soul not only wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, he also wanted to deal with the other venerable forces, like Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Spectral Soul could revive and become a venerable again. The other venerables were the same. Right now, Feng Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Spectral Soul had to look at the big picture. Even though killing was second nature to him, he had many ways to kill. Borrowing someone else's strength to kill was also a brilliant method of killing. It was suitable for him now. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 immortals did not know that they and Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were already under the shadow of Spectral Soul. Elsewhere, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Goo immortals in Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven paid their respects. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, "Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and the rest want to form an alliance with us to resist the 5 regions. I am in a difficult position." Goo Immortal Yishi nodded. "It is. In the current situation, fate is destroyed. The 5 regions have merged, heaven and earth chi have fused completely. No grotto heaven can hide under the chi tides. We are weak. If the 5 regions attack us in the future, we will not be able to resist them. But we do not need to fight against them. The 5 regions are strong, while the 2 heavens are weak. This is a fact. The 5 regions are strong, while the 2 heavens are weak. Why don't we join the 5 regions?" Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. "She knows me well. I have the same thoughts." Wolf Lord laughed. Demon, IMSS. Even if the 5 regions don't have the intention to attack me, once they unite, they will." Yishi frowned. "But it's not appropriate to rely on the 5 regions. Heaven's first, Heaven's King, Northern Valley of Plains of. He first Chi Dragon, to, of all. Wolf God. Demon Soul. Moon Dragon Emperor King. Soul Sect Immortal King. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord side. Indeed, I have already discussed with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will work together. We will also ally with Human Grotto Heavens. As for which of the 5 regions to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Celestial Court is the best choice. We can contact them secretly. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was a formidable person. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, his political skills were also very shrewd. No one in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven dared to defy him. Since he made such a decision, the Goo Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to object. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Dingling was in charge of it now. Fate Gu's restoration failed. Celestial Court was in ruins after the intense battle. It was still mostly in ruins. This is a disgrace. Qin Dingling put down the letter Gu in her hand, resting for the moment. Her expression was calm, but her gaze flickered. Memories surfaced in her mind. Her anger was building up. After Red Lotus' scheme succeeded, Duke Long died on the way, and Feng Yuan retreated. But the three regions Gu immortals wanted to destroy Celestial Court. No one retreated. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin, immortal venerables' methods started to take effect. All sorts of anger, bad luck, dejection, and so on descended on the three regions Gu immortals, causing their conditions to fall sharply. This method was used to deal with Feng Yuan, but it was intercepted by limitless demon venerable's silhouette. After Red Lotus' plan succeeded, the match between the two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion was also resolved. Limitless laughed heartily. The two venerables' silhouettes dissipated at the same time. Without limitless suppression, primordial origins methods started to take effect again. Fortunately, even though Feng Zhouge betrayed them at the last moment, he only helped Feng Yuan refine Gu. He did not make things difficult for Celestial Court. Celestial Court was able to take a breather. They counterattacked and reversed the situation with great difficulty. The three regions Gu immortals had no choice but to use Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to suppress the situation. They had no choice but to retreat. Outside Celestial Court, there were still people who wanted to plunder Central Continent, but at this time, the first Qi tide occurred. The three regions Gu immortals' immortal apertures became unstable. They had no choice but to retreat. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not give chase. After personally witnessing Feng Yuan refining Fate Gu, their fighting spirit were no longer strong. The battle ended. The battered Celestial Court licked its wounds and cleaned up the mess. Duke Long died. Fairy Myrtle also betrayed them and sided with Spectral Soul. After the Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed for a while, they elected Qin Dingling to take over as the temporary leader. During this period of time after the battle, Qin Dingling was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with all sorts of matters. Qin Dingling looked calm on the surface, but there was a fire burning in her heart. The great Celestial Court actually lost. It was a complete and utter defeat. She was eager to wash away this humiliation, but reason told her not to be rash. Because everything had changed, Celestial Court was no longer the Celestial Court of the past. The enemies were no longer the enemies of the past. Even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path Mortal Gu in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans. He wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the number 1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate Gu has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Dingling snorted coldly. Intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this problem. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path Gu Worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and longevity heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins. He did not conceal their hatred towards longevity heaven. Qin Dingling felt troubled. The current celestial court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world. Heaven and earth Qi converged. The celestial court Gu immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white Grotto Heaven Gu immortals. But the celestial court could not do that. Firstly, most of the celestial court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the celestial court members would continue to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way, the celestial court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Dingling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul. Their whereabouts were unknown. The former two knew the secrets of the celestial court, while the latter had the soul of a demon venerable who dared to underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it. She felt that this was an important matter. She summoned Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is important, but the current situation is not clear. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, and these 6 Gu immortals are only rank 8s in the black heaven above Central Continent. What about the black heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu immortals are in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture. He did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth Qi. Qin Dingling accepted his suggestion. She decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Junshin Guang handed over an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "I have organized this list. They are all Gu immortal seeds with great talent, and most importantly, they are loyal to the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sections. However, there's one person that I can't make the decision on my own. I'll need everyone to discuss it together before making a decision." Junshin Guang organized this list. There were many mortal Gu masters. They were all people with extraordinary aptitude. The Celestial Court lost the battle. The immortal graveyard was completely destroyed by Feng Yuan. Almost everything was being rebuilt. There were many things waiting to be done. Adding on the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Celestial Court had already decided to nurture more Gu immortals regardless of the cost. Qin Dingling took the Gu worm and probed it with her divine sense. There were many names on the list: Crane Gate's recommendation, Sun Yuanhua; Spirit Butterfly Valley's recommendation, Xiao Qixing; Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Ting; Heaven's Envy Manor's Wei Wushang. But when it came to Spirit Affinity House, the list was empty. Qin Dingling sighed, her expression becoming complex. She naturally knew the specific list for Spirit Affinity House. It was definitely Feng Kim Hong. But after the Fate War, Feng Joga changed sides and betrayed the Celestial Court. His whereabouts were unknown. As his daughter, Feng Kim Huang's situation was quite awkward. She was originally taken in as a disciple by Duke Long. She was the future great, dream, immortal venerable. But now that Duke Long was dead and Fate was destroyed, Great Dream, Immortal, Venerable no longer had to rely on her. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if the Celestial Court continued to nurture Feng Kim Hong, what would Celestial Court do if she betrayed them like her father? Although Feng Kim Hong was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, the first disciple taught by Duke Long had schemed for millions of years, destroying Fate Gu of the Celestial Court. Would Feng Kim Hong, this second disciple, inherit this fine tradition in the future? Let's hold off on this list for now. We can discuss it later. P.S. Oh my God! Are all of you so ferocious? These days, many new alliance leaders emerged. Thank you to New Knight Moore, Fang Yuan, Little Shu Dong, Little Prince Cece, Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, Moon Sanya, Buddha Scripture Lecture, Taoist Profound Gate, Purple Lightning Berserk God, and others for their tens of thousands of gifts. Thank you to Demon Venerable Guyue for your astonishing gifts. You are truly ferocious. Congratulations on becoming this book's #1 alliance leader and #1 fan. Thank you to all the readers who supported this book, gifted, and voted for it. The Gu Immortal Battle Team is supported by all of you. You are truly amazing. Chapter 1985. Central Continent, Lake, Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land, there was a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly, without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. There was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold. It was like jade. It had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew this was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed. The world was silent. It was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point of Quiet Rain. Thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jioge betrayed the celestial court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley. It was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry. He came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal. It was like the clouds in the sky. It was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding. It rose and fell abruptly. It was like an eagle flying in the sky. It tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded. The flute sound echoed. It was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sound started to interact. They played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal. Eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge. There was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one. They formed a mixed sound. It had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion. Two goo worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were two sound path mortal goo, zither goo and flute goo. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Huang's arrival. She slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love. It was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time. He said, "Immortal and demonic are of the same family. Primordial origin, immortal venerable, was originally called primordial demon, venerable by many variant humans." The meaning of this song is extraordinary. Your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it, but during the Fate War, he used it. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded. "I know. Last time, the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the celestial court. This time, the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the celestial court quickly approved it. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, "Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Juning and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome?" "My daughter." He he. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. "Mother, why are you testing me like this? Ever since father betrayed me and left the celestial court, I was mentally prepared. Right now, the dream path, immortal goo, have not been taken away. The situation is already very good." Feng Kim Hong said. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and revealed a slight smile. "It is not that the righteous path does not have robberies. It is just that it is often covered with a layer of righteousness and morality. It is already very good that you can comprehend this. But you don't have to worry too much. After your father left the celestial court, he created Destiny's Song. His outstanding battle strength is seen by everyone. The celestial court and spirit affinity house will not dare to easily deal with you." Feng Kim Hong showed an unhappy expression. "Mother, you don't need to speak for father. Even though I can understand father, I will not forgive him. He suddenly left the celestial court without informing us. This is abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him." He. Fairy Bai Qing smiled. As she shook her head, she walked towards Feng Kim Hong and held her hand. "You misunderstood your father. That immortal and demonic dual song is a song of love that he has always treasured. Other than singing it in front of me, he has never used it for anything else. He only used it during the Fate War to tell me that immortal and demonic are together. His feelings for me have never changed. Even if he leaves the righteous path and returns to the demonic path, it will not affect our relationship as a family of three. Do you believe it? As long as I show any signs of leaving Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to receive me. It is just that he understands me. He knows that I do not want to become a member of the demonic path. Thus, he gave us a chance to choose freely. He does not want his ideals to become a burden to us." Feng Kim Hong snorted coldly. "Father would rather help the great demon Fang Yuan than help Master. Master is indeed stubborn. He always talks about fate, but he has good intentions towards us. He is truly thinking for me. Father's actions are too cold and emotionless. Mother, since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Oh, you..." Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not urge her daughter to stay. Feng Kim Hong left Quiet Rain Valley and saw two female Gu masters. One was beautiful, the other cute. They were all Feng Kim Huang's subordinates. They were standing outside the valley anxiously. Seeing Feng Kim Hong, they immediately showed joyful expressions and welcomed him. "Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over. The beautiful one was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to take your spot." Sun Yao's cute and round face was filled with unease. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were on good terms with Feng Kim Hong. They had always been Feng Kim Huang's followers. But in recent years, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating Dream Path with Duke Long. He did not have much time to interact with these two anymore. Feng Kim Hong laughed heartily. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Yao's forehead. "Oh, you did well this time. Why are you apologizing? The recommendation spot is only a small matter. Can't I become an immortal without any help? To me, becoming an immortal is not an obstacle. It is just that I need to consider what kind of Gu immortal I become. But to you, this is a rare opportunity. Make good use of it." After saying that to Sun Yao, Feng Kim Hong looked at Qin Wan. "You have always had your own ideas. You can persevere. This time, with the Tao marks on your body, why did you faint? If it wasn't for that, the recommendation spot would have been yours." Qinwan did not dare to retort. Senior sister is right. I was too lazy in my cultivation. It is not like that, senior sister. It was senior sister Qin, one who was injured back then. She could not endure the pain and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So, that's it. Feng Kimhong nodded, saying regretfully, this is a huge loss indeed. Feng Yuan destroyed fake goo and refined it into countless heaven path Dao marks, scattering them to everyone in the world. The more heaven path Dao marks you receive, the more benefits you will have in the future. Be it cultivation or immortal aperture management, there are no benefits. But it is fine, even if you don't. This is just a fortuitous encounter. What determines your life's achievements will depend on your own talent and hard work. Yes, Qinwan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qinwan bowed. Feng Kim Hong laughed again. Let's go. I will give you some pointers. Qinwan and Sun Yao immediately showed joyful expressions. The latter even jumped up and down, cheering, This is great. We have not gathered for a long time. The three walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Inside the valley, Fairy Bai Qing slowly retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you have grown up. Fairy Bai Qing showed a gratified expression. Feng Kim Hong had a deep understanding of her own situation, the celestial court and the 10 great ancient sects. She also had her own thoughts on Feng Zhouge's actions. Her foundation was also very solid. Maybe it was because you betrayed the celestial court that promoted your daughter's maturity. Let her walk her own path. As a mother, all I can do is give her my blessings. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and still want a yard after being given an inch, I, Bai Qing, will not give in. Fairy Bai Qing had a cold expression. At the same time, at another place, on Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Junying took the initiative to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become a Gu Immortal. She had been sent by Spirit Affinity House to become the Lord of Affection Peak. She could reach her current accomplishments not only because of her own hard work, but also because of Su Hao and Li Junying's support. In terms of Gu Immortal cultivation and immortal aperture management, Zhao Lianyun had also received guidance from the two immortals. She did not take many detours. Zhao Lianyun engraved these kindness in her heart. This time, when Su Hao and Li Junying came to visit, she immediately came out of closed cultivation and interrupted her cultivation to personally receive them. But after hearing the two immortals' intentions, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, do you want me to use the influence of the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Kim Hong and Fairy Bai Qing? That's right, this is the best opportunity. Feng Zhouge betrayed us at the last moment, causing our celestial court to suffer a great defeat and fate to be destroyed. If we continue to attack now, we will definitely be able to defeat our opponents. Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Zhouge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past, he wanted nothing more than for Feng Zhouge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Zhouge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Zhouge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Zhouge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. This, Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Zhouge has already betrayed Celestial Court. Seniors, you have enmity with him, but why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter? Oh, Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it, the scene when you fought with Feng Kim Hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy. Li Junying urged, if you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sex recommendation list was originally Feng Kim Hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget. Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim Hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim Hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim Hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. Back then, did that demon Feng Zhoge spare us? You are too kind, Lianyun. Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade. Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed. Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim Hong of the spot. From this, it seems that the attitude of the Celestial Court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the Celestial Court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end. Only when the victor is determined will it stop. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling, in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed and promised that they would reward her handsomely. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After sending the two immortals away, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Fate's destruction was a huge benefit to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun's rebirth would greatly reduce the obstacles, but Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Feng Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun cultivated wholeheartedly to increase her strength to make the best preparations to save her lover in the future. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had a total area of 8,600,000 square kilometers. The flow of time was 1 to 13 times that of the outside world. The terrain mainly consisted of grassland and plains. But after adding the Heaven Path Tao marks, Lianyun Blessed Land was rapidly evolving in all aspects. First, the earth cracked and formed a huge ravine, followed by heavy rain that formed a huge river that connected the east and the west. The river overflowed and formed a flood that drowned the surroundings. 3 days and 3 nights later, the flood subsided, leaving behind large patches of fertile land. Small ravines and rivers connected to the main river, forming an intricate network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the entire transformation of the immortal aperture. She was dazzled and shocked. With the Heaven Path Tao marks, the immortal aperture can evolve on its own. It will become extremely natural and balanced. Even though there are losses temporarily, the potential and prospects have increased by countless times. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven's divine concealment inheritance. She did not need to be affected by calamities and tribulations. There were pros and cons to this. Managing the immortal aperture had always been her weakness. But now, with the evolution of the Heaven Path Tao marks, this weakness of hers became much stronger. If only I had more heavenly law Tao marks. Sigh, it is a pity. I only have 6.5 Heaven Path Tao marks in total. And these Tao marks are all in segments. There is not a single complete Heaven Path Tao mark. How many Heaven Path Tao marks can Feng Yuan have? He was in charge of the Gu refinement. He was the person closest to these Heaven Path Tao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find an answer, but she knew that the gap between her and Feng Yuan had widened by countless times. P.S. The crowdfunding campaign has temporarily come to an end. Currently, the funds for the Silver Alliance leader have already been raised. Thank you for everyone's support. I am extremely grateful. As for the name list, because of the large number of participants, it will take some time before it can be announced. This crowdfunding campaign was held in a hurry, but everyone was too amazing. They reached it in just a day or two. The Goo Immortal team's ranking is actually at second place. Even we are afraid of the strength we possess when we display it. Many readers were asking about the funds for the physical books. The funds raised from this campaign would be used for the following crowdfunding campaign for the physical books. If this campaign had been held, everyone would have been informed in time, it would have been more on track, and would not have been so rushed. Thank you to Alliance Leader Great Dream, Immortal Venerables Tao Guardian for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Winter Triple Sheep for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader No Need to Fly for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Wind and Moon for your rewards. Chapter 1986. Wake up, lad. Pangda groaned and struggled to open his eyes. He saw an uncle with a full beard slapping his face with a rough palm. Pangda was dazed for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. Uncle, Emily, he called out. Didn't I sleep on the hunchback? Pangda looked around and couldn't help but be stunned again. The surroundings were covered in sand. The caravan was nowhere to be seen. Only he and Emily were left. They were in a sorry state. It hurts. Pangda groaned. He found his body was covered in injuries. Uncle Emily looked at Pangda and sighed. Lad, I really don't know what to say about you. You are really lucky. Many Goo Masters tried to escape, but died. You're still alive in your sleep. However, if I had not discovered your weak aura in time and dug you out, you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emily, you saved me again. Uncle Emily, you've saved me again. Pangda grabbed Emily's hands in gratitude. But what exactly is going on? This is a natural disaster. I have never seen it before. Uncle Emily heaved a heavy sigh. Then what about our caravan? Sigh. Only the two of us are left now. What? Pangda's eyes opened wide as he cursed in his heart. Why is this world so dangerous? Natural disasters happen at the drop of a hat. I only slept for a while, and I almost died again. My heavens, what kind of world did I come to? They simply do not treat humans as humans. The living environment is too vile. At least we are still alive. Emily knocked on Pangda's head. Look at you, you are still not satisfied. To be able to survive such a natural disaster is already the greatest fortune. Look at me. Emily pointed at his chest. I struggled for most of my life to have this caravan. Now it is all gone. Let's not worry too much. This damned life can only be like this. Sigh. If only I could become an immortal. Immortal? Are there still immortals in this world? Emily glanced at Pangda. You really forgot everything? You even forgot about immortals? Sigh. I'll explain to you later. Let's leave this place first. Pangda then followed Emily to the nearest oasis. Pangda followed behind Emily and carefully asked, Are there a lot of these calamities? Of course. Emo said in a weathered tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. The sandstorm was an assassin who often visited. Sometimes there would be flying knife hurricanes. Every gust of wind could condense into a huge wind blade, cutting everything in its path. Other than natural disasters, there were also evil beasts. For example, this is the wolf desert. Sand wolves are the most common. How? As Molly was speaking, a group of desert wolves suddenly drilled out of the desert. Wolves, wolves! Pangda jumped up in fright. Oh my God, they came out from under the sand. There are so many of them. What should we do, Uncle? Emily's expression was grave as he cursed. Damn it, why haven't these sand wolves been wiped out by the natural disaster? But thinking about it, it was not strange. The Qi tide was a phenomenon formed by the fusion of the Qi of heaven and earth, and it originated from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would never kill everyone. Everything would leave a slim chance of survival. Since Mo Li and Peng De could survive, there was naturally a chance for other life forms to survive as well. The sand wolves appeared from all directions. But strangely, although they noticed Peng De and Mo Li, they did not attack. Instead, they quickly gathered and howled while staring at the desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of horrifying rustling sounds could be heard as golden scorpions drilled out of the ground. Each of these golden scorpions was the size of a millstone. Peng De felt a chill down his spine. The golden scorpions and the sand wolves started a fierce battle. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Mo Li and Peng De, who were close to them. Peng Da's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. We have to break out. Mo Li gritted his teeth with a determined expression. But, Uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sand wolves. Peng De wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Mo Li said, and was about to move. Lad, can you fight? I can't. I lost my memory. These sand wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out. Mo Li said this and laughed. If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone. There is still me. Peng De could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Mo Li started to break out. Peng De shouted, Uncle, wait for me. He could only follow behind Mo Li with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Mo Li shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel two wild beasts before the two were surrounded by the beast group. We failed to break out. Mo Li sighed and gave up on resisting. Peng De clutched his head and fell into despair. His legs were trembling. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, at this moment, be it mini-5 regions or mini-9 heavens, they were in chaos. Many southern borders' mountains collapsed, and the terrain was unstable. Many central continents' rivers changed directions and flooded. Many western deserts' sandstorms engulfed oases and cities. Kokitahara, a fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire, immortal material, frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow Tao marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow Tao marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path Tao marks. We cannot let these frost ice flames spread. Snowman Gu, immortal Shui Air, was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Fang Yuan to manage 3 Sacred Mountain. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 Sacred Mountain. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few Snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, With their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no, the frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Shwe-Er's expression was pale. She was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Shwe-Er was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Shwe-Er held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race, but because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Fang Yuan's expectations. But right at this time, a figure appeared. Fang Yuan. Shwe-Er was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air. Grabbing several times, he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fang Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan. His body shook, and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Shwe-Er felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are heaven path Tao marks. Oh heavens, so many heaven path Tao marks. There are at least 1,000. Shwe-Er covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shwe-Er as he vanished from Shwe-Er's sight along with the frost ice flames. Shwe-Er's heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many heaven path Tao marks on him. No wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh. I am so useless. I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shwe-Er. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokitahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining fake goo, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Tao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge. Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal bodies Tao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Tao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks. These Heaven Path Tao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge. It involved many aspects, from the rise and fall of mountains to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokitahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my Sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from it. It will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. But this method expends too much foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fake Goo was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan had no value to him anymore. Thus, Red Lotus schemed to use the Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Fang Yuan and restrict his growth speed. And even though Fang Yuan had already predicted this, he had no choice but to jump into this trap. Because Fang Yuan found that sovereign immortal fetus goo might have been tampered with by Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan needed to use these Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Spectral Soul's methods. Red Lotus had been making use of Fang Yuan. This could be seen from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Feng Yuan was also making use of Red Lotus. Only by using this Demon Venerable's plan could Feng Yuan successfully resolve the huge problem of fake goo. At the same time, he could use this million-year plan to help himself escape from Spectral Soul's control. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to transform the immortal aperture, while Feng Yuan took the initiative to interfere. The Heaven Path Dao marks were transforming the sovereign immortal aperture. He also actively participated, resisting and cooperating with them to preserve his foundation. It was this cooperation and resistance that made Feng Yuan gain many insights. The grand and merciless Heaven Dao, the active resistance of human path, these two resonated with each other in Feng Yuan's mind. It is about time. After a long while, Feng Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body came to the outside world of the 5 regions. He was in Western Desert. There was a short tree in front of him. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked like monstrous claws. It was extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge. It was 500 to 600 feet tall. It was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. There were many small fruits among the flowers. They were not ripe. They were of different colors. It was that 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree, there was an immortal formation set up by Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan stored the immortal formation. He uprooted the 1,000-wish tree and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action immediately caused the wind and clouds to surge. A surge of chi waves spread in all directions. Feng Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a rainbow light and flew into the sky. The chi waves swept the surrounding desert, producing rumbling sounds. Pengda and Emily failed to break out. They were surrounded by the desert wolves. They were about to attack when the chi waves spread. The desert wolves were in chaos. They fled in all directions. Pengda was shocked. Another natural disaster. Emily opened his eyes wide. He took a look and laughed. Ha! We are saved. This is not a natural disaster. It is, at most, a hurricane. Let's go. P.S. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for the cultivation broccoli reward. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yenshin Tianyu Yen, for the amazing reward. Chapter 1987. After the Qi tide, the sky was clear and the clouds were sparse. It was a refreshing scene. A yellow cloud was flying in the sky, leaving behind countless specks of light sand along the way. A female immortal was sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a plump body and a round waist. She was a member of Western Desert's superforce, Mo Clan. In Western Desert's Goo immortal world, she had a title, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She considered being fat to be beautiful. After knowing this title, she liked it very much. From then on, she called herself that in public. As time passed, even her original name was covered by this title. While flying on the yellow cloud, Plump Lady's expression suddenly changed. She sensed something amiss. Thus, the yellow cloud turned and flew diagonally. After changing its route slightly, it stopped in the air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud, looking at the huge pit below her. This huge pit was already partially covered by the sand that was blown by the wind, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was very familiar with the terrain of sand pits. This is not a naturally formed sand pit. Something was taken away from it, leaving behind an empty space. This aura, it is the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Goo immortal had secretly taken away an ancient desolate plant here. Plump Lady snorted coldly, feeling anger in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this was Wolf Desert. It was her Mo clan's territory. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing Mo clan's wealth. This ancient desolate plant can conceal itself from my clan's investigation. It must be quite extraordinary. It was probably discovered by someone long ago, but they did not take it away. Now that the chi tide is going to cause trouble, the person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that the chi tide would harm this ancient desolate plant. That's why they took action. Plump Lady analyzed inwardly, carefully inspecting the scene. The intruder's movements were very clean. He did not leave behind any obvious clues. She was disappointed. She could only use an information path goo worm to inform Mo clan, hoping that the clan could send experts to track and capture this damned thief. Plump Lady used an information path goo worm to record some of the situation before setting off again. She naturally had an important matter to attend to this trip. She could not waste any more time here. As she flew, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city in the center. Although the city walls were short, they were huge. A large number of mortals lived in the city. This was Sandwolf City. Sandwolf City was one of the main cities of the Mo clan. The Plump Lady didn't hide her tracks and directly descended to the city lord's manor. There were already people in the city master's mansion who were prepared to receive the Plump Lady. When they saw the Plump Lady, they all knelt on the ground and shouted, "We greet the immortal! Get up, all of you!" The Plump Lady withdrew the yellow cloud, stepped on the ground, and walked in front of the crowd. "Exalted immortal, your welcome banquet is ready. It has the best wine and delicacies in Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today," the city lord said flatteringly. However, the Plump Lady waved her hand. She was not interested and only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to train in seclusion. Also, I asked you to gather talented and loyal goo masters. How is it going?" "It's about time. Most of the goo masters in the city have already been selected." The city lord quickly replied, "Very good. In 3 days, I will take them away. Now, go and do your work." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord hurriedly promised. The secret room's door slowly closed. Plump Lady activated the goo formation inside. She had an exhausted expression as her divine sense entered her immortal aperture. Seeing the scene inside, she let out a deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was a flat area. At the center of the desert, Plump Lady had arranged over 6,000 acres of sand fields. These sand fields mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand of various colors, as well as cold and warm quicksand. This was a trade that Plump Lady had been doing for a long time. But during the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Tao marks. Her immortal aperture started to transform. The terrain became undulating. Sand dunes were increasing in number. There was even an earth trench that resembled a blade that slashed down horizontally. It cut across the entire desert center. A huge area of sand fields had suffered great losses. I don't have wisdom path methods. I cannot deduce and restrain this natural transformation. Unless I ask a wisdom path goo immortal for help, but my foundation is too low, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady sighed internally. Mo clan also had wisdom path goo immortals, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if they were close, wisdom path deductions would expend immortal essence. They could not sacrifice it for Plump Lady. Therefore, there had to be some sort of reward. Furthermore, I have been absorbing heaven and earth chi recently. My immortal aperture is becoming unstable. At this moment, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions, heaven and earth chi, were no longer obstructed. They were actively fusing. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was also changing. This caused the foundation of Western Desert's Goo Immortals' immortal apertures to be different from the outside world's heaven and earth chi. When Goo Immortals absorbed these different heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would become unstable and cause turbulence. But the best way for Goo Immortals to deal with it was to cooperate and absorb the heaven and earth chi frequently. If they went into closed cultivation, when the outside world's heaven and earth chi changed greatly, they would open their immortal aperture's entrance to connect to the outside world. The turbulence would be even greater, the damage to the immortal aperture would be even more severe. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to make up for the loss of heaven and earth chi. Wisdom path was a high and mighty path. While chi path had been declining for a long time, there were very few chi path Goo Immortals. Plump Lady's thoughts were just fantasies. They were unrealistic. She could only console herself. Even though she did not have the help of Wisdom path or chi path, the other Goo Immortals did not either. Thus, she would not be eliminated and left behind immediately. Plump Lady had a deep sense of danger. This was a common feeling among the Goo Immortals of the 5 regions. The 5 regions were united. Everyone knew that the future would not be peaceful. Thus, be they Goo Immortals who cultivated alone or the various forces, they were all preparing for the upcoming battle. This time, Plump Lady came to Sandwolf City on orders to gather more Goo Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, not just Mo Clan, not just Western Desert, the whole of the 5 regions, and even the Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heavens were preparing for war. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had been relatively peaceful. When super forces nurtured Goo Immortals, they would first consider resources and reserves. But now, all forces were preparing for war. They were even going all out. Almost all forces placed their resources after Goo Immortals. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough Goo Immortals, when the enemy exterminated them in the future, the cultivation resources that they could not use would belong to others. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Plump Lady looked at the sand fields in her immortal aperture, her heart bleeding. She could not give up on these 6,000 acres of sand fields. This was her only source of income. It was her main source of income for her cultivation. Plump Lady could only try to protect it. The future was unpredictable. She did not know how long the chi tides would last, but she had to try her best to protect them. In the current world, only Feng Yuan knows how long the chi tides will last. He has spring, autumn cicada after all. He was reborn from the future. Plump Lady was very envious of this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand fields in her immortal aperture, repairing the Goo formation inside. The earth trench could not be repaired. Therefore, the originally neat and tidy 6,000 acres of sand field was split into 2 halves. If only I had an immortal formation. Plump Lady felt some regret. Mo Clan also had a formation path, Goo Immortal. Back then, when setting up the sand fields, Mo Clan's formation path, Goo Immortal, had asked Plump Lady if she needed his help, but Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want her immortal aperture to be exposed. On the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she needed an immortal Goo in her possession to construct the immortal formation. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal Goo. Secondly, the compensation for Mo Clan's formation path, Goo Immortal, was not cheap. If I had set up the immortal formation back then, my losses would have been much lower. Sigh, who could have thought that my own immortal aperture would not be safe? Plump Lady thought of this, and could not help but feel envious of that formation path Goo Immortal in her clan. In this current period, this Mo Clan's formation path Goo Immortal was quite popular. Many people sought his help to set up protective immortal formations for the resource points in their immortal apertures. Plump Lady hated her own Earth Path cultivation. Earth Path was good at changing terrain, but there were the most Earth Path goo immortals in Western Desert. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for dual cultivation, Plump Lady did not dare to have such an arrogant thought. She only cultivated Earth Path now, but she did not have enough time and money. Cultivating two paths was simply courting death. Moreover, only those rare and outstanding inheritances had methods to cultivate both. For example, if Thunder Ghost, True Monarch, or Duke Long had left their inheritances. After Plump Lady repaired the sand fields in her immortal aperture, she needed to buy some sand. Sand fields used sand to store sand. Without enough immortal material sand and rocks, the production would be greatly affected. Plump Lady took out a goo worm and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. All sorts of information appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies. A large number of wills were talking and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, goo immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth chi frequently to keep up with the world. On the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials. They needed help from goo immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in Jewel Yellow Skies became very lively. There's another wave of chi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this chi tide going to end? Damn it, my fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth chi to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The goo immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the chi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal bodies' Tao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained too many Heaven Path Tao marks. His strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus goo was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying. He can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The goo immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow. He devours other people's immortal apertures. He is the bane and enemy of us goo immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I am just a minor character. How could I encounter Fang Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward. I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Fang Yuan and offending him. How lucky can he be? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength. Even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. Even if I accidentally find him, I will not dare to expose his information. Plump Lady listened to the discussions of the goo immortals, her emotions fluctuating. This news had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies many days ago. It had been in a huge commotion and was still being discussed now. It was extremely popular and showed no signs of weakening. the fate battle was witnessed by everyone in the world. Fang Yuan's performance was truly shocking and terrifying. His pseudo-venerable battle strength was known by the world. The title of the #1 demon in the world had already been given to him. No one did not respect him. It is best if I do not meet such a great person in my life. No matter how fat I am still a small person. If I get involved in this battle between great experts, not even a speck of dust will be left. Plump Lady knew her limits. She only wanted to watch the show. However, she did not know that she had once fought with Fang Yuan. In fact, the thief who stole the ancient desolate plant that she had just discovered was Fang Yuan. Just as the plump lady was cultivating in seclusion, two figures in a sorry state supported each other as they slowly made their way to the entrance of the Sand Wolf City. The city guards did not chase them away because they had already recognized that these two were Gu masters. The guard only walked towards them and stretched out his hand. City entrance fee, 1 yuan stone per person. There is an entrance fee? One of the Gu masters who was in trouble stared with wide eyes. It was Peng De, the middle-aged Gu master he was supporting was naturally Mo Li. The two were saved by the chi wave caused by Fang Yuan moving the Thousand Wish Tree away. They went through a lot of trouble and finally returned to Sandwolf City. I have it here. Mo Li was prepared. He took out 2 yuan stones and placed them in the guard's hand. Peng De stared at these 2 yuan stones. Along the way, he had received Mo Li's guidance. He could already look into his aperture and found the 3 Gu worms on him. He also understood the value of yuan stone. It was not just a currency. It could also replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 yuan stone to enter the city. Peng De sighed. Uncle Mo Li, I will pay you back. Mo Li patted his shoulder. Lad, let's go. No matter how poor I am, I do not need to worry about this bit of money. During this period of time, you can stay at my place. You are unfamiliar with this place and have no money on you. How can you survive alone? Mo Li guided Peng De along the way. He found that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation. He completely believed his words of amnesia. Uncle, I am really grateful to you. You saved my life and took such good care of me. What are you talking about? Mo Li interrupted Peng De's words and led him into the city. Mo Li's house was in the central area of Sandwolf City. It was a huge house with many flowers and trees planted in the courtyard. Wife, I am back. Mo Li knocked on the door. It was his wife who opened it. Husband, you are finally back. Mo Li's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. She was overjoyed upon seeing her husband. I heard about the Chi tide. I thought you... I was lucky and did not die, but the caravan was destroyed. Only this little brother and I survived. Sigh. Mo Li heaved a deep sigh. Isn't being alive enough for you to rejoice? Mo Li's wife rolled her eyes. Auntie, Peng De greeted at an appropriate time. Mo Li's wife chuckled. Little brother, my old Mo has to thank you for guiding us along the way. Peng De's face immediately turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was all thanks to Uncle taking care of me this time. Without Uncle's help, I would have died in the desert. When we are outside, we should take care of each other. Quickly come in. Mo Li's wife was very enthusiastic. Mo Li and Peng De were finally safe after going through hardships. In Mo Li's house, after taking a quick bath, the two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Peng De was woken up by Mo Li and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Mo Li said to his wife, we still have a lot of money left, although the caravan was destroyed this time. As long as I am here, I can rebuild a caravan. However, his wife looked hesitant. Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately, you came back alive. What is it? Mo Li asked curiously. Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select Gu masters with a great aptitude, who are loyal to Mo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these Gu masters into Gu immortals. Oh, there is such a thing. Mo Lee hesitated. The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates, and did not see it. Mo Lee's wife continued. Our son heard this news, and wanted to join. Mo Lee laughed. It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has B-grade aptitude. Mo Lee's wife smiled. Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Mo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended. Mo Lee immediately realized and asked, How much? Mo Lee's wife said a number, causing Pengda to open his mouth in shock. Mo Lee's wife frowned. Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough. Master, you make the decision. Mo Lee was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone. Husband, Mo Lee's wife was extremely moved but also worried. But our caravan is completely destroyed. I am afraid. Chapter 1988. The sky was light purple. There were large patches of gray-white clouds in the sky. They were like thick fog that accumulated in the air, causing soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's vision to be limited. But the layout of this place was very good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it inwardly. He disguised himself as a soul beast and successfully infiltrated this Grotto Heaven. It had already been many days. He gradually discovered many details about soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto Heaven. There were large amounts of soul path cultivation resources. There were at least 10 super resource points. In history, there had been a grand occasion where 2 rank 8 soul path experts appeared at the same time, but this was a rare occasion. The greatest characteristic of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was that its soul-pacifying immortal killer move could affect all living beings in the Grotto Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and calm the Gu immortal's soul. It was an excellent support for soul cultivators. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was the water of Bewitching Lake. It was called soul-pacifying soup. It was a supreme wine in the world. This was recorded in The Legends of Runzu. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's killer move. Soul-pacifying was created by imitating soul-pacifying soup. Even Spectral Soul felt that the killer move's effect was quite good. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most number of soul beasts. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven originally raised soul beasts. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions were unified, in order to prepare for war, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals actively went out to gather more soul beasts. But the higher-ups led by Lady Cold Ash felt that it was not enough. They frequently sent Gu immortals out to search for more soul beasts. Thanks to the killer move soul-pacifying, even immemorial soul beasts that entered soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven were very peaceful. They were not rash at all. After Sun returned to the Grotto Heaven and rested for several days, he received another order to go out and hunt soul beasts. This time, I will let you lead 3,000 soul beasts and 1 immemorial soul beast guard. Perform well. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash personally summoned him. Sun was the tall and thin Gu immortal from before, Lady Cold Ash's nephew. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal with the highest chance of advancing to the next step in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Nephew thanks Aunt for your care. Sun said awkwardly, but nephew really doesn't have the ability to control such a huge spirit beast. Lady Cold Ash slapped with her hand. With this killer move of mine, you will be able to control this soul beast army for 20 days. You will be able to command it with ease. And Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. He understood that this was his aunt personally giving him special treatment to take care of him. Even though soul-pacifying grotto heaven did not lack resources and had a deep foundation, when nurturing Gua mortals, there was a first-come, first-serve rule. Lady Cold Ash secretly helped Sun because she wanted him to stand out in the competition against Chong and become the first rank 7 Gua mortal to receive support. She was his aunt after all. And Sun led his army of soul beasts and left the soul-pacifying grotto heaven. Over the past few days, he had gained very little, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Qi tide, when the living beings are plunged into misery and suffering, and a large number of living beings die, their souls should be left behind to form more soul beasts. And Sun really couldn't understand. Along the way, he did not encounter many soul beasts, but he collected many Qi path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying grotto heaven was a soul path grotto heaven. These Qi path immortal materials could not be used, they could only be sold for transactions. Spectral Soul understood what Sun could not understand. It seems that after the Qi tide, Qi path Tao marks will appear, causing all other paths to be suppressed. Soul path is no exception. New soul beasts will not be able to form. In contrast, Qi path immortal materials are everywhere at the start, but in the end, there will be more and more of them. Spectral Soul saw this trend and had a strange feeling to think that Qi path has a chance to regain its former glory. Qi path had been declining for a long time, but in this situation, Qi path immortal materials were being produced on a large scale in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This caused Qi path cultivation resources to be plentiful. The cost of cultivation was even lower. This would definitely create a trend of Qi path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Sun out of soul-pacifying grotto heaven. He naturally had other intentions. He had basically explored soul-pacifying grotto heaven. Spectral Soul could not make a move inside, but outside, it was different. But Spectral Soul did not attack directly. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, more than 10 days later, Sun encountered a group of 1,000 wild soul beasts. We finally met them. Sun was overjoyed. He quickly commanded the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle started. At first, Sun had the upper hand, but soon he found that an immemorial soul beast had appeared among the enemy soul beasts. Sun quickly let out his guard. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought fiercely, creating a small empty battlefield in the middle of the battlefield. The enemy immemorial soul beast was stronger than Sun had expected. His immemorial soul beast fell into a disadvantage. It was about to be defeated. Sun was startled, and he hurriedly helped the immemorial soul beasts on his side in battle. Eventually, Sun paid the price of being heavily injured to kill the enemy immemorial soul beast. Sun felt very regretful that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast alive, but he had tried many methods to subdue it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to kill this wild immemorial soul beast in the end. After the battle, Sun forced his injured body to check his gains. After deducting his losses, he gained over 800 soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts among them. I should be able to complete my mission now. Sun let out a sigh of relief. This result was worthy of Lady Cold Ash's care. He did not let her down. However, right when Sun's mind relaxed, Spectral Soul moved at lightning speed, charging into Sun's body. Sun's expression twisted. He shuddered for a while before calming down. Spectral Soul came out of his body, Sun immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Master!" Spectral Soul nodded. He had an exhausted expression. His innate ability could enter a living being's soul and forcefully modify it, making all living beings become loyal to Spectral Soul. However, there were also many restrictions, and he couldn't use it as he pleased. Back then, when spectral soul subdued Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan in Celestial Court, he had taken advantage of their weakness. Back then, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan were in poor states. Fairy Myrtle had been influenced for a long time. Thus, when Spectral Soul wanted to deal with Sun, he had to wait until he was weak before using this method. The reason why he did not attack directly and instead directed this battle was to deceive soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Sun was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could barely move in Black Heaven. He had investigative methods on him. Once anything happened, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven would react quickly. After subduing Sun, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven will have a breakthrough here. Will Lady Cold Ash be far away? Hee. Spectral Soul snickered. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could also control it to influence the world and realize his schemes. I have already made a breakthrough here. It is much better than hunting wild soul beasts earlier. I wonder if Fairy Myrtle has made any breakthroughs. At the same time, in a certain valley in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Fairy Myrtle shouted as she shot out a purple meteor. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan's body, piercing through his chest and creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Myrtle as he fell to the ground, turning into a lump of smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Myrtle was mentally prepared, she still felt a trace of fatigue. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan had already killed over 100 of these Fang Yuan clones. She immediately made a move, restraining the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into. Next, she pulled out a sealed Fang Yuan clone from her aperture. She threw all the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into the sealed Fang Yuan clone. Soon, this lump of white smoke was absorbed by Fang Yuan's clone, causing his cultivation level to rise by a large amount. These were Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones that were activated by Fang Yuan during the battle in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle then used the teleportation formation to teleport them all over Central Continent. Fairy Myrtle received Spectral Soul's order to find Fang Yuan, but after putting up a huge bounty, she received a large amount of information regarding these Fang Yuan clones. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to pay a huge sum of money to thank the Gu Immortals who provided the information. On the other hand, she had no choice but to travel around and deal with Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones in Central Continent. If these myriad self-clones were left alone, they would be the best cover for Fang Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had an extravagant thought. What if Fang Yuan's main body was hiding among these clones? That wasn't impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. If I capture one, I can follow the connection and find the other clones nearby. But Fairy Myrtle looked at the cultivation level of the sealed Fang Yuan clone, feeling worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is actually so high. These myriad self-clones can actually devour each other, and they are so lifelike. There are two reasons why Fang Yuan's strength is low now. One is the fusion of heaven and earth qi, forming qi tides that destabilize the immortal aperture. The other is the heaven path Tao marks that are acting like a seal. Among the many paths, human path is the path that can best deal with heaven path. I wonder how many heaven path Tao marks Fang Yuan has, and how long these heaven path Tao marks can suppress him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini Central Continent. With the 1,000-wish tree as the core, an immortal array had already been set up and was slowly being activated. Due to the influence of the heaven path Tao marks, sovereign Grotto Heaven was in chaos and calamities. But even in such a situation, Fang Yuan still expended a lot of effort to construct and maintain this formation. Good. After observing for a while, and confirming that the immortal formation was operating normally, Fang Yuan smiled. This was a human path formation, And the Thousand-Wish Tree was an ancient, desolate plant of human path. Using his high attainment level in human path and formation path, Fang Yuan was able to achieve this result. The formation in Mini Central Continent was only the main formation. There would be 4 human path subformations set up in the other 4 mini regions in the future. Let me see the effect of using human path to suppress heaven path. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 1989, Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here. And Sun cried out in excitement. Under his watchful eyes, a group of more than 1,000 soul beasts slowly made their way towards the ambush. Once they entered the ambush, and Sun immediately mobilized the soul beasts that were lying in ambush to attack the wild soul beasts. And Sun commanded the soul beast army, while activating immortal goo and unleashing all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves spread out, the soul beast's battle strength, speed, defense, and other aspects all rose sharply. This battle lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, and Sun successfully killed more than 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured by him. Master! And Sun took out a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and swallowed all of these soul cores into his body. He started to digest them. Ever since the last time, when he followed Sun out and subdued him, Spectral Soul's situation was opened up. He secretly imparted all sorts of soul path profundities to Sun. He even created soul path killer moves for him based on the soul path immortal goo that Sun had. Sun's strength continued to rise. He took on missions to capture soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created 2 methods for this. One could detect the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simple immortal formation that could attract wild soul beasts after being set up. With these 2 methods, Sun's efficiency in capturing wild soul beasts rose greatly. He completed all of his missions well. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let her down. He even improved and displayed brilliance. She was very pleased. In Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8. She was the leader. Below her were Sun and Chong. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them along. On one hand, it was to increase their knowledge. On the other hand, it was to give them a chance to show themselves and get to know goo immortals of the same level. While Lady Cold Ash was discussing in the Grotto Heaven, Sun and Chong were outside the Grotto Heaven's entrance, they became familiar with the rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heaven forces. Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun had already become Spectral Soul's servant. In fact, the whole of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, including her, was shrouded in the shadow of Spectral Soul. The future was dangerous. More and more missions were completed, and the results were getting better and better. In the competition between Sun and Chong, Sun clearly had the upper hand. Lady Cold Ash saw this. The other Grotto Heaven goo immortals also saw this. On this day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong and instructed, "Ever since Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch summoned us to discuss, he has been pushing for it. He wants to quickly form an alliance among the Grotto Heaven's local forces. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but we only have 2 rank 8s. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. Your trip to the East Sea is to represent the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to contact Granny Skeleton and express our sincerity in working together." Yes, and Chong accepted the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. Sending him on this mission was to completely help Sun secure victory, so that he could become a person that the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven would focus on nurturing. If Sun's performance was about the same as his, Chong would naturally feel indignant and angry. But Sun's performance was extremely good, far surpassing him. Even Chong knew that he had no hope of winning. He accepted this important mission and also took a lot of immortal materials from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's treasury as a gift. After leaving soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he directly passed through the heavenly wind chi wall and went to the 5 regions. He concealed his tracks and went to Eastern Sea from Central Continent. Next, he flew into the sky from Eastern Sea, passing through the heavenly wind chi wall and going to Granny Skeleton. When the regional walls existed, it was not easy for Goo Immortals to cross regions. Many strong Goo Immortals chose to travel through Black Heaven and White Heaven, but now that the regional walls were gone, even a Black Heaven Goo Immortal like Enchong chose to travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven's environment was dangerous. It would be troublesome if he met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Enchong had an immemorial soul beast in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. Especially now that the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Goo Immortals were all recuperating. They rarely went out. Thus, it was very convenient for Enchong to travel. Along the way, Enchong found that the 5 regions were also facing a huge calamity. The chi tides were wreaking havoc. He did not encounter any accidents. He smoothly arrived at Eastern Sea and went to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method given to him by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully arrived at Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed. The chi tides are surging. With this huge change in the world, if we do not work together, the future will be unpredictable, especially us human forces. We need to work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not make things difficult for Enchong. She quickly agreed. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in my Eastern Sea Black Heaven variant human forces are also superior. Lady Cold, Ash wants to work together with us. How can that ice crystal immortal monarch just sit back and watch? He is definitely contacting the variant human forces in the other Grotto Heavens of Black Heaven. Enchong knew that Granny Skeleton would not speak nonsense. He quickly asked, "Senior, what do you think?" Granny Skeleton said, "Since we are going to work together with the human forces in immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have already contacted many people. The response is very positive. Among them, there is an important person that we need your help to recruit." Granny Skeleton paused before continuing. This person is also a rank 8 Goo Immortal. He is called Old Immortal Huayu. He is in charge of profound literature Grotto Heaven. He has a great reputation in Eastern Seas, White Heaven. If we can recruit this person, we will be able to bring out a group of White Heaven Goo Immortals. It will save us a lot of effort. And Chong heard this and thought, going to see Old Immortal Hua, Yu was not part of his mission, but if he could complete it, he would have a chance to compete with Insun again. Thinking of this, Chong made up his mind. He said to Granny Skeleton, "Since Senior has such good intentions, Junior will go to profound literature Grotto Heaven." Granny Skeleton praised, "Good, as expected of someone from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu does not like fighting and killing, so he has not been interested in my suggestion of an alliance. If you can succeed this time, I will reward you greatly." And Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to immemorial White Heaven to meet Old Immortal Hua Yu. Even though Old Immortal Hua Yu had little interest in the alliance, and Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash. The other party was also a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not hesitate. He opened the door and welcomed Enchong in. After seeing Old Immortal Hua Yu, Enchong used the excuse that he had thought about 1,000 times along the way, but Old Immortal Hua Yu was unmoved. "My Hua Yu Grotto Heaven does not participate in worldly affairs. We are independent and maintain neutrality. Even though we are not participating in the alliance, we can still exchange resources." soul-pacifying grotto heaven was rich in soul path resources. Many of them were suitable for profound literature grotto heaven. And Chong saw that he could not convince old immortal Huayu. It was good to have such a transaction. This was the first time they were interacting with each other. In the future, wouldn't there be a friendship after many transactions? With a deeper relationship, if he proposed an alliance, there would be new hope. After bidding farewell to old immortal Huayu, and Chong was asked to stay by the other Gu immortals. The one who received him was Gu immortal Hua Song. Hua Song said to Chong, "Envoy, you have traveled a long distance to come here. You must stay for a few days." Coincidentally, the mortal imperial court is holding a world poetry competition. There will be many beautiful essays that will be created. I am really looking forward to it. And Chong had already learned from Granny Skeleton that profound literature grotto heaven focused on poetry and songs. Gu immortals were all well-read. They loved essays far more than wine and beauties. And Chong wanted to build a good relationship with profound literature grotto heaven. Even though he was not interested in essays and poems, he could not reject Hua Song's good intentions. He immediately agreed. The World Poetry Competition was held. This was an unprecedented grand event. It had never happened in the history of profound literature grotto heaven. Thus, once it was held, it immediately attracted many scholars from all over profound literature grotto heaven. Other than the scholars who wanted to show off in the World Poetry Competition, there were also many people who came to watch the show. Thus, the capital city, which was the venue of the poetry competition, was already filled with people since a month ago. On the crowded streets, Li Xiaobai and teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 venues. Xiaobai, if you want to change your current predicament, this is the best time. I know your talent. It is enough for you to pass the first 10 venues. But for the next 8, it will depend on your luck. Sai, I cannot help you this time. I might even become your opponent. Teacher Jiang sighed. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate in such a grand event. He wanted to exchange pointers and compete with the scholars from all over the world. Li Xiaobai heard this and had the urge to roll his eyes. He sighed inwardly. I am almost certain that teacher will become my opponent. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent to profound literature grotto heaven as a chess piece to conquer it. At the start, Li Xiaobai's journey was smooth sailing. He even obtained the favor of Su Qihan, the eldest daughter of Su tribe. Li Xiaobai thus became one of the 10 great scholars of the world. He even had the possibility of becoming Su tribe's son-in-law. However, just as Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook and a mountain torrent poured down. Li Xiaobai's group was either injured or dead after being trapped in the valley for several months. Li Xiaobai finally escaped. He narrowly escaped death. Because of this, he missed the timing and did not meet the current emperor. Without the emperor's approval, the honor of being one of the 10 great scholars was replaced by someone else. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qihan, but he found out that Su Qihan immediately went to save him after learning of his predicament, but she went missing and had not returned yet. Li Xiaobai came to the capital city and encountered many setbacks. He was assassinated and unintentionally offended the nobles. He was not happy at all. If not for his teacher Zhang's help, he might have wandered the streets and become a beggar. His mind, however, was completely clear. Even though my main body destroyed fake goo, my powerful luck was almost completely expended in this battle. It even caused my clone to become extremely unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is a selection activity for profound literature grotto heaven to actively prepare Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher is not clear about this, since he is participating, he will definitely become an obstacle for me. Chapter 1990. Lord Gu Masters, please come in, please come in. The waiter bowed as he welcomed Hua Song and Chong into the shop. This is a famous tea house in the capital. It is very lively. I have been here many times. Hua Song transmitted to Enchong secretly. The two Gu immortals disguised themselves as Gu masters and came to profound literature Grotto Heaven's capital. And Chong would rather sit on a cloud and look at the capital. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only go along with the host. I want a private room on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with the place. The two came to the 5th floor and entered the room. Opening the window, they saw a huge crowd on the street. The first venue was at the end of the street. The bronze door was filled with people. These are the current generation scholars of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They are also the future hope of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Please take a look. Hua Song sighed as he gave Enchong a rank 5 investigative Gu worm. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong looked at it and used it. His vision changed immediately. He saw that there were talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi were colorful. They were of different shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for him. Since there is such a Gu worm that can detect talent chi, why is there a need to hold such a selection? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You do not know. Talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if you have a lot, it is useless if you cannot use them. Furthermore, in this selection, you have to compose poems on the spot. They cannot be faked. It also tests the attainment of the scholars. Many scholars with high talent chi might not have the inspiration to compose poems of the highest standard. Enchong nodded. I see that the formation here is not only connected, it can also nurture the scholar's creativity. Hua Song nodded. That's right, venerable wisdom. In this immortal formation, scholars can often perform exceptionally well. They can display their talent and aptitude. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The waiter obtained Hua Song's permission and brought in a basin of delicious wine and food. 8 treasure, wild duck, golden thread, crispy sparrow, panda crab meat. These are our tea house's signature dishes. Please enjoy. The waiter said. Hua Song casually rewarded him with a yuan stone and sent the waiter away. Hua Song introduced to Enchong. Envoy, although the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by old man Hua Yu when he was young. Back then, he was a rank 4 Gu master and became the top scorer. Thus he named this tea as the top scorer tea. Oh, and Chang's interest was piqued. This was the work of a young rank 8 Gu immortal. Then I'll have to taste it properly. And Chong drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. In a trance, a slight feeling of excitement rose up in his heart, as if he had finally succeeded after smiling bitterly for more than 10 years, and the complacency of life was close at hand. Good tea, and Chong praised sincerely. Although this tea is mortal tea, it actually has a trace of human charm. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Celestial Court used several human path killer moves consecutively. Each move had unparalleled power and shook the world. The might of the human Tao could be said to be known to all. While the two immortals were sipping their tea, the bronze door of the first venue slowly opened. The crowd in front of the door immediately roared. It's open, it's open. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowd surged into the door, one after another. Li Xiaobai was also in the crowd, but he was at the back. He followed the crowd while trying to figure out the rules of this selection. The World Poetry Competition has a total of 18 venues. Each venue has a question. Everyone has to answer it at the same time. No matter how many people there are, it will depend on the quality of their work. Only half of them can advance. After advancing to the later venues, half of them will still be chosen. Only by advancing and clearing all 18 venues can they meet the requirements of the selection. If they fail midway, they will have to return to the previous venue. If they fail consecutively and leave the first venue, they will have completely failed. However, The World Poetry Competition lasts for 7 days. Everyone has 3 chances to fail completely. This way, it is enough for profound literature grotto heaven to select excellent goo immortal seeds. Even if they make a mistake, they can try again. But if any scholar fails to perform properly for 7 days, it means that they are not qualified enough to become a goo immortal with the grotto heaven's nurturing. Li Xiaobai collected his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first venue. The venue was spacious. It was filled with scholars. There were men and women, old and young. There were so many of them that even if there were not 10,000 of them, there were at least several thousand. This was only the first day. Li Xiaobai waited in the venue for another incense's time before all the scholars in the first venue were accepted. There was a sea of people. It was very noisy. Thankfully, the first venue was an immortal formation space. It could expand at will. It could accommodate more scholars. Dong, dong, dong. With a series of drum sounds, the same voice entered the scholars' ears. World Poetry Competition's first question. Spring. Time limit is 5 minutes. After saying this, the voice vanished. The first question is spring. Many scholars frowned, but there were also many scholars who were overjoyed. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are too many poems in Wing Chun. This question seems very easy. After all, scholars have more or less created poems related to this topic before. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires us to create new poems on the spot, as long as we modify the original work, it can still be considered a new poem. But in reality, this question is quite difficult. Li Xiaobai had a solemn expression. He knew that in order to create a poem, he had to compare himself with the people around him. Only by being stronger than half of the scholars would he be able to advance. Quite a few scholars had realized this. Many people began to think hard. Some people directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Some people walked around with their hands behind their back, and some people lowered their heads and murmured softly. Li Xiaobai was thinking, which one should I copy? He had many Wing Chun poems in his memory. There were many classics that had been passed down for generations. But it was not good to take out a classic for the first time. This would make it difficult for Li Xiaobai to perform in the future. The scale of his talent did not belong to the first-rate level. If he were to take out a famous piece of work that had been passed down for generations, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If he was lucky, Li Xiaobai might be slightly more aggressive. But now that his luck was low, Li Xiaobai decided to play it safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, many scholars had already created new poems. All kinds of lights shone. The lights were colorful, strong, or weak. Every time the halos dissipated from the bodies of the scholars, they would reap some benefits. Some obtained goo worms. Some gained a breakthrough in cultivation level. Some recovered primeval essence. Some recovered their fatigue. This was the killer move aid literary talents. The creator of profound literature grotto heaven, the original owner, had set up this killer move before he died. Because of this killer move aid literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study hard, eventually forming profound literature grotto heaven, which had a flourishing literary style. Li Xiaobai finally decided on his poem. He coughed lightly and started to recite. Moonlight. Deeper in the night. The moonlight is half a house. The North Dipper is hanging down. The South Dipper is slanting. Tonight is the warm spring air. The sound of insects can be heard through the green veil. Li Xiaobai had just finished reciting when he heard a soft sound. His body started to shine with a green light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scholars around Li Xiaobai all felt a formless pressure. The green light forced them to scatter, leaving behind a large empty space. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing in the center. Such a powerful light. A classic has appeared. To think that a classic would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it. Many scholars' thoughts were interrupted. They looked at Li Xiaobai with envious and probing gazes. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but He was internally conflicted. Sigh, I copied too much, the effect is too good. I attracted a lot of attention. He glanced around, hoping that some people would stand up and not let him be the only one in the limelight. The green light continued to enter his aperture, causing his cultivation level to rise. Oh, a classic has appeared. Let me read it. Inside the tea house, Hua Song had some thoughts. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, amazing. This Li Xiaobai is so young, but he is an experienced poet. Normally, Wing Chun poems are mostly about green and peach blossoms, but this poem goes in the opposite direction. Using the night sky to hide the spring scenery, it is truly ingenious. The last line of the poem must have been dug up by Li Xiaobai from his own life. It exudes a refreshing, joyous, and lively feeling. Reading a poem is like reading a person. This Li Xiaobai's state of mind is excellent. Hua Song praised, as if he had tasted the best delicacy in the world. He looked at Chong and smiled. I wonder what esteemed envoy thinks of this poem. And Chong felt a headache coming on as he complained. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that this poem had so many benefits. Sai, now that you want me to comment, what should I do?